Ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary pals, please give a warm welcome to our guests and friends on today's wonderful episode of Getting Excited About Movies. Today's guests are Mama Maggie Ward, Barrett Laurie, Nia, the vixen of fiction, Tom, and your hostess, Glory. Yay! Yay! I've got the cam eventually back on. Oh, and I'm pretty sure we're live, so that's fantastic. 6 times the charm.
We're getting it down.
I'm getting better. Yay! It's about the little things. Well, thank you for coming. I'm so happy you're here. I'm so happy everybody's here in the chat, too. This is lovely. Very excited. Oh, so, how's everybody doing? Are we okay?
We're all good.
I'm so happy. This is going to be such a fun episode because I feel like as somebody who identifies as a woman, I am often surprised that other people don't understand why I don't identify with more female characters. Don't you know that I boobed down boobily down the stairs as I boobed along? Never occurred to me before men writing women.
Oh, yes.
Barrett is here in the chat doing double duty. I love saying it. I'm going to say it again. Megan is here. Hello, Megan. Tom is here doing double duty. Heather is here. Hello, sweetie. And Maggie is here also doing double duty. That's fantastic. We're all just happy to see each other.
I'm in the city where I have fast internet, so I can be here today.
It's wonderful. Yay. The stars aligned.
It's such a novelty.
It is such a novelty for
First
living out 70 miles.
And as is my favorite, if anybody would like to share their weather, I would definitely love to hear about it.
Oh, let me see.
About to snow.
It's crazy hot outside.
Yeah, it's been warm. It's about to rain. It looks like it's actually about to be storming really bad. It just changes that quick. It was literally sunny about 10 minutes ago.
The storm started last night at 1 in the morning? I mean, Tom and I may have gone out at midnight to go to Pokemon Go Stops and pick up balls. And we came in just before the thunderstorm started. We're like, oh. Because, we literally live within, a couple 100 yards of 8 stops.
Yeah.
So in the middle of the night where there's no traffic, we just literally do a circuit enough times till we get all the balls till our bags are full. It's about the little things, people. Okay, and Maggie's got sleet today, right?
Sleet and snow starting this evening. It's already snowing about 30 miles north from where we are now.
It's only the middle of May. That sounds normal. That sounds fine.
2 days ago, it was in the 70s and 80s.
Wow. Yeah. Today, right now it's 75 degrees outside, and it is humid as heck. If I saw catfish and mud skippers crossing the street, I wouldn't be surprised. It's that humid that they can freely socialize outside of their ponds. It's gross.
A shimmer day.
That's not okay.
They do it all the time. Apparently, they're very curious. They have opinions. They're worse than cats. Anyway, it's just...
Yeah. It's in the 80s here, and I'm like, it's only May, and it's already in the 80s.
Yes. Yeah.
July and August are going to be so much fun.
Yes. So, Megan is got 90 degrees and sunny. Barrett's got 60s and sunny.
It's nice.
Hi, Stevie. How's your weather? Is it dismal?
56 and wet.
50, yes, that sounds pretty gross.
It's England.
Yeah,
that's its job.
Scotland.
Yeah.
I've heard
the UK.
My people left there for a reason. And I mean, mostly they said it was because of the people, but anyway, I like to say it's the weather. I try to be polite. Anyway, would anybody like to do an introduction? I have a feeling Maggie might because she has a new book baby.
Yes, I'm Mama Maggie Ward, Emma Ward on Amazon, Penumbra Mine on Inkit, Wattpad, and Twitter and Instagram. And yes, I have a new book baby. May 10th is the launch date for The Fire Burning Within. It is book number 7 in my 10 books in 12 months. Hold My Coffee 2021 goal, because 2020 is not dead. She is reincarnated as 2021, and she is trying her best to stomp us all into the ground. And I'm just saying, nope. And so I'm going. Suck it 2020, 2021. 7 books in 6 months.
Yay! That's awesome.
Incredible.
Awesome.
Would anyone else like to do an intro for themselves, or anyone else?
Go Barrett. Go Barrett.
I'll do me. I am nowhere near as prolific as my friend Mama Maggie. I am a 1 book a year kind of person, so expect slow and steady for my race. You can find me on my YouTube channel. I talk books, butt stuff, and fun stuff. Books is reading and writing books. Butt stuff, don't get it twisted, I talk about Crohn's disease. And the fun stuff is usually making fun of the crazy things straight people do to gay people in the gay agenda videos. So if any of that sounds like fun to you, come over and find me, subscribe, follow, chat, talk, and I'll be here to brighten a dark day.
Aw, you always brighten a dark day.
I'm so excited to be here. I'm loving these shows.
Aw,
Me too.
Mia, you feeling up for it?
Sure.
Yes.
Peer pressure. Feel it.
All right. Hi, guys. I am Nia, the Vixen of Fiction, here on YouTube, Twitch, and on Instagram. I do writing sprints. I do chess. I like doing artsy things and crafty things. I'm in the process of writing a short webcomic and a novel and a series of short stories that are into a series. So that's me. Check me out. And I love being here with these guys. I've had such a good time doing this.
Aw, thank you so much. I mean, we weren't trying to get compliments, but we'll take them.
Yes, and you have taught me to accept the compliments. I'm learning to accept them. So I love giving them and giving them help.
Compliment bondage.
Yes, the compliment bondage has already begun. Tom, would you like to do any kind of intro?
I'm not sure how.
Sure. Tom's great.
Hi, I'm Tom. I'm kind of help produce and co-host the show with Glory. We're still working on what else I do in the AutoTuber world. I'm probably actually going to get into Bookstagram and give you my takes on books and who I think what audiences they're for. Since people don't seem to mention that enough in their reviews about stories of who would have really enjoyed this story. And that's something I always think about.
Yes.
So we may soon see, what was it, Tom's Hot Takes and Shakes?
Tom's Hot Takes and Shakes.
I like it.
I think that'll be awesome.
Yes, I'm looking forward to
so
the shake part as well, of making so that I can sample the shakes. I'm a sibling. I'm allowed to be selfish. But no, y'all, I've been getting Tom's book reviews for literally decades, and it's like, could we please share this with the world instead of hoarding these one-liners? What was the one about Nettie
Okorafor?
Okorafor? Like, it's like Hogwarts, but enlightened and also in Africa.
Actually, I thought about it for Akata Witch. If you like Naruto and Hunter x Hunter, you will probably enjoy Akata Witch, because it's that, you know, sort of going to a different kind of magic school while you're still around people you know. It's not this, oh, we must separate. And so I realized, like, no, it's actually got a very good Naruto vibe. If you like Naruto and you just want to see what it's like in Africa and Nigeria specifically, you'll probably enjoy this. It's a different culture. Get to find out what a different cultures use about what's good and what's not in a Katowicz.
So yeah, there'll be more to come as we start working on Tom's Instagram account on that. So.
All right. Oh, I have a suggestion. I don't know if you want to do this, because I don't know if your recipes are like secret, but if you could put, like, when you post your Instagram and it's coming, post what the drink is and the ingredients, and see who wants to try and make it, and we'll be like drinking on a stream.
That's a great,
I love that idea. I love it.
Great for engagement.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I really enjoy, like, if I'm reading a book, I love to eat the foods or drink the drinks that they talk about in it. I love to, experience that along. So I could see, like, oh, let me make this shake, since we love our blenders in our family.
That's why I put my recipes in the back of my Professor Cliff's books. So the cake recipes from Millie's Bakeries are in the books.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Love it.
So, yeah. All right. Well, hi, I'm Gloria. You've wandered on my channel. I hope you enjoy being here. I write various nonfiction and fiction. They're mostly humorous, but some of them are suspenseful. I also do LGBTQIA plus romance and historical fiction. I pretty much do not understand how labels and categories work, so I don't stick to them well. It's the truth. Also, I do this channel every Monday. If you're new here, it's lovely to see you, and I hope you'll have a good time and want to come back. And this is what we do, is we talk about whatever we feel like. Today, we're going to talk about movies, specifically the women of Marvel, and writing female characters and what that means to writers and storytellers, but also just to anybody who's interested in the characters. So thank you so much. I hope you will stay. Please feel free to comment in the chat or comment on the channel. We love feedback. Feedback is our friend. So you are welcome here. And if you just want to lurk, that's okay too. Thank you so much. Also, subscribe if you feel like it. Ring the bell. If you're going to subscribe, go ahead and ring the bell is all I'm saying.
Yes.
And everybody's descriptions are below. We will do that. The hearts. Yes, thank you. So what is it everybody want to talk about under the whole umbrella idea of female characters and women of fiction? Does women of Marvel really? Barrett, you've got notes. Okay, of course you do. Of course you do. Barrett, you get extra gold stars today. Former teacher, I get to give them out for the rest of perpetuity. Of course, everybody has already started with gold stars, but I'm going to give you another gold star, Barrett.
Well, can I ask you a question based on something you said earlier? So have we never had a female writer write any of these characters? Is that a fact that I didn't even put together?
No, that is not accurate at all.
Yep.
Okay.
In Marvel Comics, that's not accurate. And even in Marvel Cinematic Universe, for instance, Captain America.
Gail Simone.
When I grow up, I want to be Gail Simone on Twitter trolling people. If you don't know who Gail Simone is, I highly recommend. Not only is she a really talented writer, but also she just almost every day she will put one tweet out just to troll the trolls. And it is delightful. And when I say troll, it's not mean-spirited. It's more I don't understand what those hobbits were complaining about. It's just a walk. That, it's that sort of stuff just to get people's goat, the people who take themselves too seriously. Yeah. Laura Nettles did not like Captain Marvel, did not care for her at all or her storyline. And we are definitely going to get into that big time.
We thought about it too, we wanted to like Captain Marvel. We really want to like this movie.
Yes.
What's the problem? And there's very specific problems.
And it took me several rewatchings to figure out why am I so miserable and triggered, in a bad way triggered, PTSD triggered. And it took me several watchings to figure out what's going on for me anyway about Captain Marvel mourns womanhood rather than celebrates womanhood. And that is not necessary. You can still talk about sexism. You can still talk about all the difficulties of being a woman in this world or any world for that matter and not mourn it exclusively. So it is possible. And so we will definitely be touching on that. Did anybody else have things they wanted to touch on for sure? So we could do like essentially kind of a little summary, or are you like, I just came for the circus, y'all? Bring the monkeys.
That
say, I
too.
think-
But
I would say I
I
think
had a feeling
Maria
it
and
was
Barrett
like, I
is
have
just
come
the
for the circus. Here are my peanuts.
I'm a
Oh,
big
yes.
fan of the Marvel Mutants. That's where my fan base
Yes.
was, and the female characters in the Marvel.
Oh, I think we're having technical difficulties.
No, she's finally got
The
good internet.
gremlins were so good in the
Gremlins
pre-party for
found her
Maggie.
in the city. They found her.
And they have found her.
They did. They chased her down.
Maggie, the gremlins found you.
Am I
Can
back?
you hear us?
You're
Yeah,
back.
You're back.
You're back. Okay.
I can hear you. Okay.
Try the key again.
What?
Storm,
Is this
Jean
a
Grey,
conspiracy?
all of those. They seem to. It's almost like they're apologizing for being these overpowered females, and
Yes.
they
Mhm.
try so hard to be the loving, caring, compassionate, but also, I'm sorry I kicked your ass and took your name.
Like, don't apologize. Villains be
That's how
villains.
that's how it feels, and it always annoyed me that these OP females, these I will protect the children and the innocents as much as I can. Oh, I'm sorry I attacked you. And that was the feel, even in the movies, for the Marvel Mutant women.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and in the comics, they, at least growing up reading the comics for the Marvel, especially X-Men, I always thought the women appeared much more powerful in the comics than they ever did in the movies.
Mhm.
Like in Storm,
Yeah.
when I was a kid, Storm didn't even have powers, and she was still, or well, for
Yep.
like 7 or 8 years, she didn't have powers, and she's still one of the most prolific characters of that time, even though she technically didn't have any extra, abilities.
Yep.
Well,
I don't know. So that didn't translate to the movies, though.
yeah, it didn't play into the movies. I have been reading Marvel Universe, the X-Men, since 1986.
Mm-hmm.
And the evolution of the characters now versus then is like the only thing that I really saw carried into the movies with the Jean Grey character is she was always trying to suppress and repress her powers because they terrified her. And it was this mentality that she was taught: you're too powerful, you can't be trusted with your power because you're a woman.
Yeah.
You
I mean,
really,
boy,
really
did that feel
saw
triggering
that.
about.
And she's not the only one either.
Rogue. Think about Rogue.
Really?
Rogue's whole
And
existence.
Rogue,
Rogue,
the whole
I mean,
you can't touch
Wanda,
it.
all of them. Like, oh no,
Yep.
we aren't going to actually help. You're just too
The only-
dangerous. It's too much.
The only
Too much.
character I know of that was never really sandbagged that way, that they did try to later, and then they had to get rid of her, I think, because they couldn't figure out how to, was Magic. Because she was, quite literally the ruler of a dimension. And no one could mess with her. But everyone else, that's all you ever saw was, oh no, you either have barely any power in the X-Men universe, or there's this, you have to apologize and keep your powers low key, or else you'll just go to destroy everyone without meaning to.
Which
Or give
honestly
them
felt like it,
Jean Grey and the Dark Phoenix. She's the most powerful being in the world, and she has to give it up because of the people. I don't know. That's
She
I
did-
always thought the Jean Grey thing was
In the
problematic.
original Marvel storyline of the Dark Phoenix, she kills herself
Right.
to save. And there's no, you can control this, you can learn how to deal with this. I don't have a choice. I have to die, and she kills herself. In the secondary storyline, when her daughter comes back from the future to try to stop the takeover, I can't think of her name right now. Rachel Gray basically kills her.
Maggie, you're breaking up again.
Yeah.
I'm
I
sorry.
think
Oh, she's gone.
So I think she was talking about the X Factor crossover where Jean Grey, Scott Summers' child from the future, comes back to try and change Jean Grey's decision. And it was like a crossover, right? From X Factor and X-Men where they like crossed.
Yeah, they all work together.
Yeah. Is she back? Did the gremlin stop?
No.
No.
Jean Grey, right there. They made her choose.
Yes. I've always felt like it was sort of an offshoot of the oppression of women in our life, where we're like, you have to fit into these categories, these narratives. And if you don't, then you need to apologize. Like, I'm so sorry, I'm an excellent lawyer. Like, excuse me, what?
Yeah. Yeah, you've always got to dumb yourself down, hold yourself back. If you're allowed to be beautiful or be this or be that, but you're not allowed to be these other things, where there are a lot of guys in the comics who just can continue to become like unbelievably powerful, and no one's telling them no, whoa, no, you have, you know what I mean? It's just like, why?
Yeah.
Why?
Well,
Men were
although I
failing.
guess might as well just get into. Glory was reading the Wikipedia for Captain Marvel, and she came across this comment from one of the female writers who kind of came in later in it to punch it up.
Yeah, they hired the two females, Perlman, and I'd have to look up the other one's name. They hired them later in the scripting process, like much later. I think it was at least several rounds of scripting before they hired both these women, and they hired them separately and then asked them to work together. No comment. Based on both of the scripts they wrote for Captain Marvel, they then had them. Yeah, so like there's so much to unpack with that. But anyway, the other scriptwriter, she said that. What were you going to say about Tom?
Well, that part of what is the defining trait of women as a female character in a story, and that I then bring into versus what's a male character. Resilience, failure, and resilience is a defining feature of a female character.
Yeah, that failure is a defining feature of female characters. And so they were using that for Captain Marvel to define Carol Danvers by her failures, which, I mean, the more I thought about it, the more I'm like, I mean, they're not wrong about that. It is true. As a woman, I have certainly hit a lot of walls that other people didn't get to hit. Specifically, when I say that, I mean men. But that's not the only defining feature of my experience in this world, let alone my experience as a woman. And again, I just want to point out, I am not my ovaries. So to make it like, oh, well, with females, failure is like a major part of like what shapes their identity. I mean, like,
Yeah, Laura, that's pretty much what the problem is that Captain Marvel has no agency. She only reacts. And that is the problem. We do not see her resilience in this. We do not see her act. We always see her react. So many little scenes in Captain Marvel, people speak to her, but we do not even actually see her hold her own in a response till the very end.
She doesn't get any comebacks until the very freaking end of the movie. And I'm like, what's this nonsense?
Like the editing literally cuts out.
It cuts her off every time she would have a comeback or she would have a response. In the first third of the movie, every time she would have one, or any normal woman would have one, the editing cuts her off and they move on to the next scene, thereby taking away her voice, her autonomy, her agency. And I'm just like, oh, I feel like this is definitely how womanhood is defined by oppressors.
Yeah, what do you think that was about, though? Like,
again, you have
like,
if you have too much power, you have to apologize for taking up space in a male
I'm
area.
sorry, I take up too much space and I'm too powerful. Oopsies. I'll do better next time so that you have space here.
Yeah, it almost feels like, why even go with the decision to make her a woman then? If you were,
Well,
it's wokeness. It's social signaling, but in a fake way.
Without putting in the actual effort to make the changes that need to happen.
I was talking with Glory, and for anyone who's a real film buff, who's a true film buff, here's your test. Because Glory did not take this well either. But Captain Marvel has the same beats, the same style of storytelling as the very original, like the actual true first blaxploitation film, Sweet Sweetback's Badass Song.
Oh, wow.
And if you've never watched this movie and you have girded your emotions for it, I would recommend it, since it was such an influential movie of this entire 70s and 80s, not just for blaxploitation films, but actually a lot of the lone stoic wolf movies are inspired by Sweet Sweetback. So it has actually informed our culture, informed a lot of our storytelling, not just in movies, but also books as well now. So again, I would recommend it, but it can be triggering, since all that the character, the titular character, the title character, he does not speak at all in this movie. He simply
literally has no line.
Reacts to every terrible thing that happens to him, and there are many genuinely terrible things that happen to him. Did we? Nope. Tom and I are both.
We both clicked
in it once. Sorry, but it is, and this is what was like, and also just fair warning: Bill Cosby financed this film with, supposedly, he has said there are quotes from the 70s of he may have exploited sex workers to get the $50,000 to finance this film.
Oh. So
again, this movie is what started the entire blaxploitation film genre. This inspired so many filmmakers. It was banned in Europe for almost 20 years because Mario Van Peebles, is that the one who played?
I'm just looking at.
Who's 13? Yep. That was his son. Mario Van Peebles was the kid who is in this sexual situation in this scene, and supposedly it's not that fake of a scene. So in Europe, since it's underage sexual interaction, it was banned. And not in America for some strange, oh God, I could go so much into sexual consent in children and how laws did not even recognize that males had an age of consent. They were just from this birth apparently already consenting, by U.S. laws. I could go into an entire thing, and I have actually written essays about this. But but again, as I said, it is an influential movie in several genres of film and books. And a lot of filmmakers talk about this movie. And I originally heard about it watching an IFC documentary series about, what was it, something like 101 top banned movies of all time or something like that. John Waters, I think, was in it, if not actually hosting it. And, if John Waters is involved, I am there.
Yeah. Love.
And,
by the way, Maggie said that they're driving through snow and the signal's cutting in and out. So they may have to just get to a better location first.
But
sorry,
but that is where I originally heard about it, and then tried for years to source it, but because of its history, it was very hard till I could finally stream it. And then we did watch it, and you can see when you watch it, it is a very influential film on a lot of filmmakers, both cinematography and story-wise. And that is what Captain Marvel is. It's essentially a bigger budget with a female character who actually has some speaking lines, but it's not really.
But she just reacts.
She only reacts. She doesn't actually initiate anything in her life. She is trying to find her place rather than figuring out who she is and making a space for herself.
Yeah.
And that's where the problem came in. This is not a genuine character. This is,
Well, and Tom,
it's two-dimensional.
You're so good at the hot takes on these kinds of things. Can I ask you something? So I write YA, love YA stories. Watching Captain Marvel, to me, could anybody even maybe see it? You'd have to make some adjustments still, but more as a story for a teenager, at least the way the character existed in this
Well,
movie.
it is written actually as a coming of age.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's a coming of age story.
YA is the land
Yeah.
of coming of age, even though I'm like, you can come of age any age, but okay.
Yeah.
Because part of coming of age is that where you go from being passive and reactive to your world
Right.
to taking self-agency and declarative action and accepting the consequences.
Right.
I mean, I kept meaning to post this weekend a little Twitter of, all right, so here is a case in point of what it's like actually being an adult. It's not what you think.
Yeah.
So we share a phone account with our stepdad, and it's about time for us to upgrade phones because some of our apps are starting to break because Google is requiring them to go up to Android 11. And the previous time I talked with him, he was very reticent, even with me being able to pay for it. But he was okay with the phones. Then I found out for us to get the phone deal, because it's a limited time deal, we'd have to change plans. And the last time he was just absolutely dead set against it. And it's like, but we need this for our shows and for social media and a few other things. And I'm not going to find it at this deep a discount again. So there I am, like girding myself up of, I may have to just go full nuclear of emotions and other things to sort of make my case, to get this.
Just wait yourself up.
And it's like, but I've looked at it. It's like, I need this. This is something, we need to deal with, to do now. So I go there, not a single problem. He literally doesn't bat an eye. I'm just like, what happened from 2 years ago? I'll take this, but what happened?
Yeah.
And it's like, this is what it's actually like being an adult. It's not that, we still don't use our emotions to talk with people. We don't still have to convince others to do stuff, to allow us and other things.
Mm-hmm.
It's that we make these decisions and we know we're going to deal with the consequences no matter what happens. And that's what it's actually like being an adult. It's not that dissimilar from being a teenager. It's just in that agency.
Yeah.
I just thought it could have been, or it might have even, the story wouldn't have been as clunky to me, I think, if she'd have been a younger character. I think the only thing that would...
Yeah, it would have been a little bit more understandable if she was more unsure, but she was such a confident character even from the beginning that it's why is she so reactionary and not action oriented?
I mean, Jude Law? I don't know.
I just want to punch him a lot, okay? Like... just punch him.
Boy.
He was not punched enough.
Really had issues. I mean, since we're talking about Captain Marvel, I had a lot of issues with even the flashbacks and things that they're showing where it's all, because I literally actually had some similar experiences in my own life. And that's what I found for me among the things that were so triggering was, here's the weird thing. And look, I'm going to tell you, I'm no expert in my own life. Okay. I'm mostly just living it. I'm not planning it. And as far as my feminism, I can honestly tell you far more men have had really useful, thought-provoking conversations with me about feminism starting when I was a child. Far more men than women have ever talked to me about feminism, let alone had anything interesting or noteworthy to say in conversations about feminism. Mostly what I got from women, and yes, this is partly because I live in the Deep South. But part of what I've gotten from women is, oh, well, I'm not really feminist. I'm like, do you not believe that women are equal to men? Not really. That kind of stuff. So,
that's very typical here in the South.
Yes,
because being feminist for some reason has a very negative connotation. But they do believe that women should be equal and women should be able to have. They believe all the things, but.
Well, sometimes they don't around here.
Well, there's except for a couple things. Here. Yeah. But except for a couple of things.
Those conversations have even happened in the 20 teens in university of with with young women in their very, very early 20s who were telling me like, no, I believe the man, that the whole, and I'm like, why are you getting an education then? But anyway, that was.
Oh, real quick, Maggie did have one thing to bring, which was she's like, I didn't know if anyone made the point yet about Marvel women represent this very 80s, 90s idea that strong, intelligent women are there to support the men in their lives.
Yes.
Maggie's still bringing it, doing her best. And so
Yes.
but so for instance, one of my first truly most memorable memories about conversing about feminism, I was like either the tail end of my 8-year-old or I just turned 9. There was a friend whose cousin, a male cousin who's older, like I want to say very young 20s, like he wasn't in his late teens yet. He was already in his early 20s. I think he was a roadie for some rock group. Hi, Charlie. And he was like visiting his mom, who was this friend's grandma, I think, or something. And he was like, you want to come back and listen to my records? And of course, my friend, she loved her cousin. She's like, yeah, let's go. Mom won't let me go if one of my friends doesn't go. So you have to go. I'm like, okay. And here we are sitting in his very teen bedroom because he hasn't been home in like a year or two. And he's playing Joan Jett. And he's like, that's real feminism right here. That's what you need to understand. Joan Jett's real feminism. Black heart, that's real. And I'm like, what about rocking is feminist? He's like, she is up front. Listen to what she's saying. She doesn't give a damn about her bad reputation. She doesn't let what other people say about her affect how she lives her life. She is living it for herself. That is the first real conversation I had about feminism in my entire life. And he wasn't that wrong. I mean, like, honest to God. And then again, like the other song I really loved to Joan Jett when I was a kid was the one, I can't remember the title, but, where he was standing by the record machine, I love rock and roll.
Yeah. Okay.
And again, he pointed out I can't remember this guy's name. It's been literally 30 something years since I saw him, but he's like, she sees a guy she likes. She's going to go up and say, hey, I love rock and roll. See, she's not going to wait for him to come to her. She's going to introduce herself. She's going to make sure he understands. I'm interested. If you're interested, let's bounce. That was how he put it. I was 9. But he's like, that's feminism. I agree. Among other things, like that is a woman who is her own woman. And in the mid to late 80s, this wasn't a bad example to use for a child to understand. And this was a wild conversation. Like in this family, they were Southern Baptists. I knew this person because she was a GA. Who remembers what a girl in action is? That was the Baptist version of Girl Scouts.
Yeah, I know.
That's where I learned how to French braid hair. And that is the only thing useful I got out of being a GA was how to French braid. I can French braid my own hair from behind since I was 9. Okay, that's a real skill though. And I'm just here to say, like, it was like we were then sworn to secrecy afterwards to never talk about it. Not that he swore us, but like she was like, you can never tell anyone that he talked to us about feminism. That's the F word in our family. By the way, this is the same family that later I go to a slumber party there. I was like, oh, finally, a slumber party I'm allowed to go to. And it turned out her parents were birding across in someone else's yard down the road. Because, yeah, they were the KKK.
In white sheets.
Yeah, and I was like, Dad, pick me up now. And he's like, it's after 9. I'm like, don't ask, just do it. Remember how you told me? Pick me up now. And I'm like quietly getting my sleeping bag together and like waiting to hear the Plymouth drive up.
And one of the other girls
saw like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm leaving. They're burning across down the street. I am not saying. She's like, so wait for me. And I'm like, I'm not waiting. Just grabs her stuff and she jumps in the car. Dad did not even fully like come to a complete stop. He had already popped the door, but he's like, whatever it was, I didn't need to know. I knew it had to be bad if you're like leaving the slumber party you had tried so hard to go to. Yes, that was the slumber party. And that's where feminism was the F word. And that was the first conversation I had. It was a truly underground conversation. I mean, that conversation truly not only being illicit, but it was a man who broached the subject of you need to understand what feminism really is. And he was right. I mean, from then on, I was like, yeah, a woman should be free to like say, hey, I like you if she does. And that would be okay. And it's not that she'll be worried. Also, she should not worry about what other people talk about her. But I have to be honest, this didn't get better. Like, for the rest of my life, most of the good conversations I've had about feminism have been with other men, not women. What was it? Somebody who was on Twitter was talking about, they actually had said, when did you have your first African-American teacher or something like that? It was one of those kind of call-outs. And I was thinking about it, and I responded, I had 5 in elementary school, 2 in middle school, I think it was. I counted them. None in high school, because I went to high school in Canada. And there were other people of color, but not African Americans. And, it was, I think it was like 3 or more in university. But I was also thinking about, what are the women who have been helpful for me in university or college? There's literally 3 teachers who mentored me in any way, or who were supportive in any way of me in my entire university and community college career. All the rest of the supportive people in my life, in my academic career, were men. And not a single one of them tried to fill me up or tried to proposition me. They were just genuinely trying to mentor, or at least be friendly and supportive. Why weren't women? Versus the way Captain Marvel is, oh, it's just the women versus the men. And I'm like, is it just me? Am I the only one who's had an experience where it's actually a lot of men have been supportive of me versus women? I mean, like, working in a library system where it was majority women, I was told repeatedly of, maybe you don't belong here. When every time I would talk about how we could do better as a library, we could do better as a public library, making services more available to people on their schedule rather than our convenience. And I have women telling me, maybe you don't belong in library land. Versus the men are like, yeah, we need visionaries like you, Glory. So I'm like, maybe is it just me having this weird experience? Is it because I'm neurodivergent? I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. Mine's been kind of a mixed bag, but yeah.
I mean, ideally, I would love it to be like even split, It doesn't matter.
But I also, I think I've told you, my community is a freaky, weird bubble.
Yeah.
In the South, where like nothing makes sense, kind of. It's just a weird place.
But yeah, like that's what we noticed with the problems in the end with Captain Marvel, of why the main movie, if you pitch it, it's fine. There shouldn't be a big problem here. But the way it's edited, the way Carol Danvers is written, creates so many problems, and they could have been fixed, but you can tell who was in charge. And what they were going for. But also you can tell in the audience as well, like that they knew their audience, and the audience is, because I didn't understand why I kept seeing all of these trolls on the internet having a problem with this scene that is very obviously a direct send up for Terminator 2 when she takes that guy's motorcycle and jacket.
I loved it. It's one of my favorite scenes, actually. Especially where he's like, you should smile, and you're like,
this is literally just a scene from Terminator 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an homage to Terminator 2, and I love it.
And they're like, oh, that's awful that she did that. It's like, how did you miss what's going on here? But you were fine when Arnie did it.
Yeah, because he's a guy.
Here's what I'm saying. If you have a problem with how
and I think I kind of
rolled out as far as like justice goes, you're like, how dare she take this guy's motorcycle? I'm just saying maybe you're the problem. Maybe you're telling women, doesn't matter your gender, maybe you're telling women they should smile more. Like, that's the problem here. If I'm not smiling, I have every reason to not smile.
Yeah, I have a feeling if one of the guy heroes had done the same thing, everybody would have got like, oh yeah, that's a call out for, and would have been really thought it was really cool. Because I thought, don't we usually like those kind of things? Don't we usually think that's kind of cool? But not when she did it, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Charlie says, I'm a non-binary who has always been gender non-conforming, but my experience is reversed. Men have been horrible anti-feminists, and the women taught me how to live.
That would have been that would have been closer to my experience.
And maybe it's more of like outliers meeting each other.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like I could see where like the women in my community who are feminists, who are outliers, are not knowing which women they can trust.
Yeah.
And so versus with the men who are already sticking out for whatever the reason, whether it's queerness or neurodivergence or anything else. I mean, there's so many things. Their love of Star Trek, for instance. Around here, people stick out for that. And, that it's easier for outliers to find each other. Yeah. And maybe that's part of it. As I said, I don't think it's necessarily like that my experience is quintessential. In fact, I've always wondered, like, what is this about? This is weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't want to say it also might be kind of a race thing, but in the African American community, like women, like my mom and my aunties were like on me, like you better, you know what I mean? So it's just different experiences.
And I mean, my mother was a feminist, believe me, but like she felt it wasn't appropriate to have conversations with me as a child about feminism. She would just
like you were too young, maybe.
Yes.
Like okay.
Yeah.
Like, as if somehow I didn't already pick up on sexism.
Yeah.
No. Like black girls are told very early a lot of certain particular things, and we're looked at. That I noticed I was looked at by men at a very young. So you're told stay away from them. Don't wear this. It's just different dynamics, I think.
Yeah, and I was in an all African American Girl Scout troop in elementary school. And I mean, I did experience that where like there would be the talks about you need to be careful about walking on the sidewalk and you can't just skip if you're in a dress. These kind of conversations. And if a car drives by, pull away from the sidewaysidewalk.
Yeah, I still teach my kids. It's that weird. Yeah.
Stop looking
adorable. I tell my kids to get away from it. Like if a car slows down and you're walking, I'm like, move closer to the yard. I said, start looking at the neighbors' houses that because if you, I don't know, that's weird.
But again, like, those were more, I saw that as, and they were certainly these talks were offered as more of child safety rather than feminism or sexism or however you want to, touch that.
Because the feminism part was more, you got to be educated, get your education, can't trust a man, get your education. That was feminism when I was growing up. Yeah, can't trust a man.
And that was very controversial in my Girl Scout troop. That was because, like, the Girl Scout leader, Dr. Carolyn Thompson, or she eventually become a doctor. Like an academic doctor, in library science, no less. But Carolyn was very much get your education. She worked at the university here in town. And she had that belief, but a bunch of the other mothers were like, oh, you don't need that. You just have to be pretty. So there was like a whole, I said, like, Mississippi in the 80s was wild. Y'all have no idea. My mother told me, like, you had the equivalent of my childhood. She told me, it's like you were raised in the 50s, but with computers.
I mean, I'm just going to tell you, my husband has to work retail and deal with people who don't want to wear masks. And I guarantee you those women were the women who were just told they needed to be pretty.
Yes.
And, like, those are the women. He's like, it goes over your nose.
Right. It goes over your nose. Please, for the love of God, put it over your nose.
This is safe. This is where it needs to be. Your chin is fine. But it's up
your chin is totally cool. Yeah, it's not spreading
care.
Diseases. Yeah, the chin is not the one spreading the diseases.
Well, yeah.
But like Carolyn was outnumbered. It was like, I think there were 8 moms, who regularly participated, and it was just Carolyn and 2 other women who were very much get your education. You don't need a man. You don't even need a man to raise children. You can do a great. And versus the 5 mothers who were always whispering to. There were 29 girls, including myself. So there were 28 other girls. And they were always like, no, don't listen to Carolyn. It's fine. Like that. They would say that all the time, undermining the 3 more feminist women of the Girl Scout leaders and co-leaders.
Yeah. I would definitely say we definitely had that too, but not from like my mom and my aunties. Some of my friends' moms and aunties, I would say.
Oh, and believe me, my friends that looked different. I think my mother and Carolyn Thompson colluded. Like, because Carolyn Thompson was
you don't have to do this, and some of my friends would be like, no, because I'm
you
gonna
don't
get
have
married.
Just being pretty.
Yeah, I'm like, wow. Okay.
And like my mother's purposely told me, like, you're not pretty. You're going to have to work on your personality and your brains a lot. That is what she told me growing up, which I guess she thought was feminism, but that is not how I interpreted it as a child. For real. I mean,
oh
There's
dear.
so much to unpack there.
She also told Tom, he's like, you're really ugly. You need to work more on your education and your personality. Like, she told him that too growing up. So we did not think that that was feminism. We were just like, well, who would know but our mother? And our mother said, yes, I would be the one to know whether you're attractive children or not.
Oh, wow.
She's like, so do not expect to smile at people and they will do what you want. You need to actually work on your personality and you need to get an education, keep studying. For reals.
South is an interesting place, folks, if you're not from here.
Like, I thought I was in a both state. Missouri, we seceded from the Union. It just didn't go before it happened. So I thought we were the South, but no, I'm learning.
No, Missouri is a weird state. It's true. Like,
Yes.
historically, Missouri's got a lot going on, but it's just a little bit of everything going on, and not entirely anything.
Your mom saying something like that.
My mother was from Detroit, so.
Okay.
And her father was from Dayton, Ohio. So, yeah, it was really. Yeah, it's like, but, my mother had this opinion of if you are already used to people saying terrible things to you, then when people outside in the world say it, you will not be surprised. You will not be caught off guard. You will be able to handle it.
Okay.
And that was her viewpoint. But did she preface this? No, she would just say things to us at dinner time. You kids, that smile. Don't put that. Don't show that to me while I'm trying to eat. I remember that one. I was 9.
You're gonna need to work on your personality because
she's like, yeah, you're gonna have to work on this.
Your mom sucks. It's like, oh, thanks, Mom.
That's why. But I will say this: when people criticized me when they were trying to kick me out of the university for writing a sex column, and people wrote horrible things about me on the internet, I did not care. I was like, whatever. They don't know me. Yeah, Charlie says, "Damn, Missouri has every problem that could problem. If a problematic a problem." Yeah.
True.
Wow.
And to think I was actually considering moving to Missouri 2 years ago.
Why? Unless it was St. Louis, why?
To escape. Do you know the state I live in? I live in Mississippi.
Oh.
I am so sick of poverty, y'all.
Glory just sent me an article with video of one of the representatives or someone saying how this is the end times. And we need to make sure
a politician, a state representative, elected official, talking about this is the end times and the Christians the evangelical Christians. But he was just saying Christians need to pull together and actually get agents into all 7 facets of the government and industry.
Look at my not shocked face.
To influence, yeah. At a certain, I feel like I've done my time in the state. I was looking at trying to move, but
Well, good news.
we're never getting out.
Nobody wants anybody from Mississippi, and I can't say I entirely blame them. Because, how do you know that,
Yeah.
Anyhow,
I'm in a very confused state. So yeah, I'm in a state that reelected their Democratic governor because he's trying to save us, but they also voted for the other guy.
Yes.
Who's trying to kill people. We don't make sense. We don't understand ourselves here. I just
is apparently a real thing that a lawyer said is real.
Okay, which state are you in, Nia?
North Carolina.
Oh, yeah, you guys did have a weird.
We are so oddly purple. It's bizarre.
Charlie says, my state senator stops at the house every couple of years to see if I believe he means Charlie and their husband, see if we are still going to hell because he is holding out hope that we might be fixed soon. I mean,
bless his heart, Charlie.
Yeah, bless him.
Hope is a terrible thing on the scaffold. Sometimes we just need to give up on hope. So, and on that note, it's so dark today. I'm so sorry. I blame Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel was so triggering, y'all. It put me in a very dark place. I apologize if I am a little too dark and salty for you today. It's fine. We're gonna talk about all the good things about female characters soon. I promise you. Please take my word on it. And when we come back from a bio break, I promise you'll have a good time. And maybe you are having a good time and you're like, more salt, Glory. Please put more salt on these nuts. In which case,
I'll go make some popcorn.
So let's take a bio break and maybe a drink and a shot.
No, Tom. I don't need it. You don't need to make me a drink
I
today.
literally said that to Tom earlier. If some of you witnessed that in the pre-party.
More salt is always a solution. Yes.
Well, on the margarita rim, yeah. But anyway, but we'll come back and it'll be grand. Everybody, I hope you all like have a lovely bio break. Be sure to stretch, hydrate or dehydrate, get a snack, salted boiled peanuts. Hello, hello. How did you do? Did you hydrate? Did you nourish?
A little bit.
All the waters. Yay, you made it home.
Yay.
I made it home.
Yay.
Colorado's doing that typical thing.
What? I'm telling you. Wow.
Need to build an altar, and there may need to be blood sacrifice. We'll get her eventually. I'm holding out hope. Let's see, what did I do? I updated the guest banners with Barrett and Maggie's stuff. I have, Nia's with us all the time. So I already
I know. I'm not going to be with you guys for a little bit. I don't know what I'm going to do.
I know.
I don't remember what you guys are talking about, but it's like publishing stuff is coming up soon. Is that what it is? I don't remember.
No, like, the usual ones, like these little banners. Like when you do your outros.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did Barrett's. Oh, thank you. Tommy popcorn.
Oh, he was
popcorn.
Tom, you're a good egg.
And drinks.
Oh man, he is destined for heaven.
Yes, I agree.
Doing the Lord's work.
I've done a great job training him. He is the fifth to if he will when he graduates from Glory's finishing school, he will be my fifth graduate.
What's the tuition like at Glory's finishing school?
What is it like?
Yeah, like what's tuition run me? Is it Glory's?
It's more of like social tuition, like the first year, honestly, at my finishing school is how can you be useful here? Let us figure out. So if you have woodworking skills, if you can load a dishwasher, and if you can't do any of those, we start from the ground up.
Yeah, we start at the beginning.
And it is like to finish a person,
Yeah.
Oh, so it's more of a abbey. Welcome to the abbey.
Monastery.
That's fair.
Monastery.
Although not all of my students have been celibate.
Well,
I'm not talking about with me. I mean, but like in their private lives.
Well, it's
not my business, and I don't care.
Yeah. I feel like I ran a school for wayward boys in my 20s.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was in a lot of ways it did start off that way, but I'm like, look, if you're going to hang around, I need you to be a tolerable human being that I can stand.
You got to clean your room and do your work.
And that is where it became Miss Glory's finishing school.
Okay.
And I have had several graduates I'm very proud of, and they've gone on to, feel like real people.
Any graduates that you're not proud of? Any graduates that you're not proud of? Like, are there any that you're like, we don't talk about?
Well, there's my ex-husband. Yeah. That was pretty much how he decided to end that.
That's how to fail out, kids.
He was like, I cannot be fixed. Literally told, I cannot be fixed. And I'm like, I'm not trying to fix you. But you said how you're not happy with yourself. I'm trying to
make you tolerable.
Give you feedback on the way that you said you want to be. What is the problem? And he's like, I can't. This is it. This is who I am. I'm like, so you're getting off the bus. Okay. That's it, but yeah, of my actual graduates, it's been nice.
Good.
Because starting from where they started, where they were like, I don't want to grow up to be my father. And I'm like, I have news for you. You're in your 20s. You've already grown up.
Well, I mean, by the way, CB, it's fine. We take all cases.
Okay.
Glory's really good, actually, with the harder cases.
Aw, thank you, Tom.
That's where she shines.
Tom's my hardest case ever.
Wow.
I'm a level that no one should have to deal with in life. I kind of wonder sometimes, what did Glory do in her former life to deserve this?
In Buddhism, there is the diamond promise. The unbreakable promise that you make to each other. So,
well,
I just figure you should be able to look in the mirror and love the person you see, but not like, oh, aren't you great? But I really like this person.
Yeah.
This is who I've always wanted to be. And now I am this person. And that feels good. That has always been my goal.
Yeah. I love that.
I mean, it's what I've always been working on in myself. So surely others, but I've known people who were suicidal because they could not stand the person they saw in the mirror because they didn't like who they actually are, inside, not like visually. I mean, yeah.
Right.
And I just hate for anyone to feel that way, to feel like it's not worth living because they feel absolutely beyond repair. And I'm like, nobody's beyond total repair. Trust me, I'm autistic. If I can learn, anyone can learn. But yeah, I am perpetually a teacher. I can't help not be. So, but yeah, I pretty much had a minor in the study in psychology of self-efficacy. What is self-efficacy? Self-efficacy is literally the opposite of learned helplessness. Self-efficacy says you see a problem, and instead of going, oh, this problem can never be solved, I certainly can't anyway, someone else would have to solve it if it ever gets solved. I'm helpless to fix my own problems or the world's problems or any of the above. Self-efficacy says, well, it's going to be a while, but let me start getting in on that now. And that is self-efficacy, is somebody who feels like they have some sort of ability or the tools they need in order to tackle the problems they experience. Whatever it is, whether it's a broken dishwasher, whether it is chronic illness, whatever it is, that they at least have the tools needed to get them to the next step. And each time they get to the next step, then they feel like they have some sort of ability to get them to the next step after that. That is self-efficacy. And that is pretty much my minor in education, was I studied all the research about this. Because, yeah, living in Mississippi, I see so much learned helplessness. I see so much people go, oh, it's a computer. I could never learn that. And I'm like, I realize you're 73, but I promise you, I have a way to show you you're capable of it. By the way, my secret is solitaire. Anybody who feels like they cannot learn a new technology like tablets, smartphones, laptops, first thing is to use the mouse or the touch screen, and that is very intimidating for people. It actually is not a good translation of how the human mind works. And so to combat learned helplessness, it's like, let me introduce you to solitaire. And let me tell you, within an hour, I've had people who had tried for 20 years to learn computers. Within an hour of using the mouse to play solitaire, they could learn to play. They were fine. So again, I take that idea of learned helplessness, and I love to really show people they are fully capable of living the life that they've always dreamed for themselves.
Unless you're Captain Marvel.
I mean, she definitely needs somebody to help her see her true self, and that she needs to be more of a sassy bitch.
She needs
That's
your
the problem.
school, is what she needs.
I don't disagree with you. Look who showed up. It's Chandra. Hello.
Hey, how are y'all?
Good.
Good.
And Maggie's maybe no.
Maggie is trying so hard.
There we go.
There it is.
Yes. In fact, writing, by the way, Laura, is literally part of my, finishing school, is I get everybody to journal.
Wait, you teach finishing school? How did I miss this?
Oh, I don't really talk about it because I think it's the weirdest frag ever. So I just
Buckle up.
No.
you just have to say what what the things, like, you're like, I'm discontent with this about myself, and I'm like, well, then let's together figure out how to go about dealing with it.
I'm not in a creepy way, but kind of in a creepy way, obsessed with you.
I mean, it has been said before that, and we joke about it, where there's a think, there is a way.
That is our family motto.
We will touch bases on this because I need to go to finishing school.
Definitely. I mean, look, y'all are all here because I adore every one of you. You would not have a link to the StreamYard because I try to stay away from toxic people. And I love non-toxic people. And I adore all of you. That is why you are here and you have a link. So you have been vetted. And so beyond that, it's like, oh, you get the door is open. The package is here. I know.
I'm so sad at Maggie keeps leaving.
Maggie is like trying so hard. Like,
yes.
She is
taking. And that's why we tell everyone, of like, look, you're welcome. It's just like a party. You're welcome to come in. You're welcome to leave. We have no expectations. I mean, if we're perfectly honest, Glory and I, as we've seen, can totally talk for 3 hours about absolutely anything on this earth. We want all our friends here to add some spice to this and add some other perspectives.
My first conversation with Glory was actually about women's undergarments.
Yes.
That sounds about right.
On brand. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, more. Tell me more. It does relate to my book, but I would still be interested.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that writers? Yeah, Tom has been telling me literally for decades, like when I'm like, I can't find anybody around here who's like me. I feel like I'm the only one in the world, and that, can't possibly be possible. With 7 billion plus people, I can't be the only person like me. And he said, I have met people like you. You just were never around when I met them. And he started thinking about who it was. And he was like, they're writers. That's it. Your people are writers. You need to find writers. And I'm like, where am I going to find them? I joined 2 different writer groups locally and was like, oh no, not these people. Whiners?
Wait, when you say wine, do you mean like wine or like
not the right kind of wine?
Not the fun kind of people.
No.
The wrong wine.
Whining. Oh, even children learn real quick around me. Don't whine. There's a sound people make when they whine. There's a particular pitch that I'm like
in the nose and the upper palate. Don't ask me how I know this.
Oh, let me tell you, children have withered when they make that drone, that particular sound. I'm like, I hear nothing you are saying. Go to another room till you can change your voice. Like, because
but Glory.
No.
Nope.
Nope.
It's a little higher. But Glory.
Like, that's the one. No. You are obviously not bleeding from the head because nobody drone whines when they are bleeding from the head. Nobody drone whines when the house is on fire. That is not the sound people make when it's a genuine emergency. Therefore, go to another room so you can fix your voice.
But you are not wrong. Actually, when children are actually hurt, they're usually quiet, and that's when you should be afraid.
Yeah.
They'll make a little sniffle sound, or there'll be a weird catch in their breathing because, like, their chest is spasming from fear, and like, yeah, I could just hear it from literally across a house. Something happened. Yeah. Please don't let them have dropped a knife on their foot.
No. Yeah, no, that's always been my solution. When the kid is just having a fit for no reason, you can go do that in your room. I'm not going to stop you from having your feelings, but
I mean, if you think about what is whining, whining is the epitome of learned helplessness. I am a victim of my own life.
No.
Versus, no, you are not. You have agency and autonomy, even at the tender age of 4.
Yep.
You have power. Because, I mean, if you ever seen a 4-year-old with a temper tantrum, they definitely have a lot of power.
They do.
Have you ever tried to wrestle a temper tantrum toddler? You're about to get black eyes. What's about to happen? I'm so sorry, Maggie. We're going to find a solution.
I mean, Maggie, I think we're about to have to, like, get money together and get you one of those little mini tower repeaters.
Yes, I think we need to call Patti LaBelle and say, run your internet out to Maggie's house so that it works.
Yeah.
I have power over the popcorn. I mean,
you do. You can choose
That's right.
Or you can just shove it all in your face. Or, and I did used to do this as a child, pretend that I was like a snuffling pig and just.
The popcorn is not
fun.
Agency.
Because the popcorn is too big to go up your nose. So it's perfectly safe to eat that way.
Yeah. Not the little pieces, though. When the little piece breaks off, please be careful.
Yeah.
I always pretended that I was a lizard and I would eat it like I was a gecko.
Just did a tongue and it sticks to it. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to do that too. I loved it.
Nobody wanted to share popcorn with me.
No, I'm not touching your popcorn. You can have it. I will fix you your own bowl. There you go.
Your own little bowl.
My own slobber.
This is Chandra's bowl of popcorn.
This is her lizard.
And this one's mine.
This is her lizard.
Quiet is a problem. So every Marvel male ever.
Yes. Yes, I hate the whining. I hate that. Oh, I'm a victim of my superpowers. Are you freaking kidding me?
If you haven't tried it, like, you're not really, really living yet.
It's just like Pringles. You can eat a bunch of Pringles at once, but there's so much more fun to just do individual Pringles and crack it apart. It's just
crush them in your mouth.
It's just fun.
Fit the entire chip into your mouth at the same time? Yeah.
One single chip. It's like, have fun with your food.
Yes.
You don't eat popcorn or Pringles for nutrition. You eat it for enjoyment. So get the maximum enjoyment. That's
it's a culinary experience. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, particularly the barbecue has a lot of nice flavor things that happen individually as a chip.
I do not like barbecue chips. What? I don't.
You know, all of us have flaws because I was going to point out, isn't a real character.
You were so close. Shan, you were so close to being perfect, and we found it. There it is.
Now you are a real character rather than something you found.
And then we took it there, and I thought, oh boy, well.
Yeah.
I mean,
almost.
Almost. Close.
Look,
I know that's
I
my
had
hot
a
take.
wonderful miniature dachshund. She was the sunshine of my life. However, her fatal flaw was anytime I played Queen, she had to literally leave the room. She could not stand it. Any other music, she was fine. But Queen, she gets up. I'm like, were you like a manager of a band in a previous life in the grudge hole? Every character must have a flaw. These are the rules of human psychology.
Okay.
We know Chandra's.
Well, if you were looking for a flaw to give your character, that's a good one.
Oh yeah.
Just have them not enjoy a very popular flavor of stuff.
I love
that-
actual barbecue, but the problem with barbecue flavored chips is that they do not actually taste like barbecue,
Yeah.
and I find that offensive.
Okay, that I'm okay with.
You need okay,
I
yes.
can
This
understand
is the hill I'll die on. 'Cause
I would say if you don't like the barbecue, then the salt and vinegar is a good second on Pringles.
Oh,
for
salt and vinegar
that
is
variety
barbecue
of flavors to get in, then make it fun.
salt and vinegar over barbecue every time.
Okay, salt and vinegar chips with gummy bears.
Oh wow.
You're playing with the sweet and the sour and the crunchy and the chewy gummy. It is a wild experience in the mouth.
Sounds like a
I can see this. I like the Mexican candy. It's so good. So I can actually see that.
I mean, I would say whatever your favorite gummy bears are, because everybody's got their own gummy bears they're loyal to. I get it. Or the worms, whatever.
So I do like gummy bears, but as far as texture and variety of flavors, the absolute best thing is the Lifesaver gummies.
Okay.
I wish they had those without the red 40.
Yeah.
I miss them.
I miss them. When I was in boarding school in Canada, at the time on Vancouver Island, one of the only grocery store had these, you've probably seen the gummy peach rings, but these were sour gummy peach rings. And they were so tart, but also sweet because it had both the sour and the sugar. And it still had that lovely kind of foamy gummy texture. It was amazing.
Someone's dog is having a meltdown.
This poor puppy of Vietnamese.
My dog.
Peach gum.
That's me. I don't know what happened, but I somehow got the most dramatic whining dog.
I love it. Speaking of whining, you're gonna love it.
Glory, you shouldn't have said anything.
So yeah, like my dachshund, when I got her, she was a rescue, but she was still young. She was a juvenile, and she whined all the time because she had been locked away in a cage for months at her previous home. And so she had been trained essentially to whine to get anything. And that was where I almost gave her away. I tried actually to give her away for free to anybody in the entire city, and nobody would take her. And eventually I was able to address this problem, but it literally took 2 years. But yeah, it's like, no.
She's a rescue, and I think it's something along those lines.
Yeah, it has to do with them being away from people, but caged for days, weeks, months. And they learn that the only way they get attention is by making the whining sound, and then they just get trained for it. It takes quite a while to get them untrained on that. It takes a lot of work and consistency to untrain them to communicate in other ways than that way.
We do this thing where she'll go in her kennel, but not like for the rest of the night. Like it'll just be like for 5 minutes at a time. And if she can stay in there without whining for 5 minutes, then we get some treats. And we do that for a couple of rounds, and then we come out and we're making progress. But sometimes she hasn't quite figured out how to communicate with me. So when she wants something, that is her default setting.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It takes work.
Yeah.
We'll get there. Yes, Laura points out 6 days till Roy.
Oh, so happy for you.
There we go. That one.
We ready?
Yes. So here we are. Characters, they're real.
Shall we talk about Wanda or Natasha?
Or Peggy.
Or Peggy. Who doesn't love Peggy?
Who doesn't love Peggy? I love Peggy.
There's a Marvel female character with agency.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I have an opinion. I have a very strong opinion on Romanoff. I was thinking about it today, and I realized she sacrificed herself because she didn't have a family. So obviously her life didn't matter.
Yeah, it's saying, again, it's that old 19th century stoicism that was not even actually stoicism.
Yeah.
Idea coming back to just incorrectly rear its head. Because, like, if anything, get rid of Hawkeye. Hawkeye does not serve much purpose. Natasha did, though.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Can I just say I'm not happy about that. That, like, literally just thinking about that upsets me.
Yeah, no, that I was deeply offended by that whole.
I was like, no. And then it just kept going. And I was like, no. But it's going to be her. But you're still like, no.
She's a genuinely good character, even if she really couldn't put herself back together after the snap.
So, like, Natasha, was presumably an orphan, or for whatever the reason, she was taken away from her family or at some level. So she was raised without her family in her formative years and experienced abuses on brand with that. And she had created a new family with Hawkeye's wife and kids. That was her bedrock, that she had essentially sort of recreated family, since, again, she felt she was not capable of forming her own family. Now, again, I want to point out there is such a serious issue with repeating this idea of women are only fully women with reproductive organs or reproductive ability, that somehow, if for whatever the reason, as Natasha was sterilized, that if you can't have children of your own biologically, then you're not either a full woman, or you're not fully valuable, or you don't value yourself. And Natasha, as a character, echoed this, rather than, that is not necessary to echo the truly degenerative parts of sexism in order for it to go, oh, but this is a valid female character. She lives in this world. Like, you can talk about sexism without having to reinforce these terrible stereotypes. I mean, I was literally just watching yesterday Jessie Gender's video about TERFs and The Handmaid's Tale. And what I really particularly enjoyed, or I guess appreciated about it, was a deep dive into the twisted mentality of TERFs. Where, I mean, while they call themselves feminists, they really don't even value other women unless they are fully capable of full reproduction. So, like, for instance, I have PCOS. I have had PCOS my whole life, pretty much, at least since puberty started. And as well as Ehlers-Danlos, endometriosis. I mean, like, it's just a lovely alphabet soup of stuff. And I'm like, wait, these bitches are saying I am not a full woman either? I am not my ovaries. My ovaries are merely a part of me. They don't define me. And also how weird it is to build one's identity around our reproductive organs. I thought that was literally what second wave feminism was trying to get us away from. And then here they are in third wave feminism, because that's really where the TERFs came from, trying to once again reinforce that you're not really fully valuable as a woman unless you can reproduce, and that you then do so.
Well, in some instances, they're even saying you can be dangerous, right? Or you can be nefarious if you're not biologically. I won't name the author, but there's a very famous.
But yeah, or even that you're not fully trustworthy or not fully woman if you've already, for whatever the reason, cannot reproduce or choose not to either. Which the umbrella of women who fall outside of the TERF range includes menopausal women, women with PCOS, which, by the way, I just want to point out, 1 out of 10 women are diagnosed with PCOS in America today.
Endometriosis.
Yes. Like, I mean, we're not even talking about possibly trans women, intersex women, all of that, which again, all part of womanhood, all part of the big woman umbrella. And so to exclude all that, say you're not real feminist, or you can't be real feminist, or you don't qualify as a full woman, like, is mind-blowing. Why are you defining any part of womanhood by reproductive organs? That's like saying you can't be really human without both hands. What? My hands don't make me human. I mean, the thumb is useful, but it is not required.
But versus it's very telling to see how people react about children. If like we saw in, what was it, Scrooged, in the bad future with was it Margot Kidder or so? Who was the female character?
I remember you had the Claire character though. I
character.
don't remember the actress's name.
And just looking at the starving homeless children.
Strip them off, Claire.
To me, that's more important of like, can you care for others? That's kind of how human I feel you are. If you were just like entirely against other people, and it's like, well, why are you benefiting from society then if you don't want to participate in society or give back to it?
But again, it's not necessary to even have children or necessarily be around children to nurture anyone else.
Yeah, that does.
But she is nurturing in
exactly.
But don't you remember she talked about wasn't it with Bruce Banner in one of the other movies of like she can't have children, family is out of the question for her. And she had made that, like, she was saying that there's no rule written anywhere in any Marvel world that like, oh, well, if you can't make babies yourself, you can't have a family. Like, but she had declared this and that is part of that narrative of you're an unwanted person. And therefore you are validated by a family, but you don't qualify for having family because we've taken away this option for you.
It's like you can foster, you can adopt, you can nurture other people. It doesn't even have to be children. If children are not the kind, sometimes people just have problems communicating with children. They nurture other adults. That's fine. Mm-hmm. That's still being human.
Yeah, and other animals.
And we see like with Natasha, like how much does she nurture Captain America, Steve Rogers?
Oh, she's trying to get him friends and girlfriends and friend. I don't know, maybe boyfriends. I don't know. Like she was
even Banner when he's having trouble and like can't shift, and she's the one who talks him down, calms him down. Like they're all like,
We see
but in her idea, she's not defining that as a family.
And that's a bit toxic in itself.
It's self-isolating. Yeah, cis straight people don't often have a good grasp on chosen family. What is that about?
This is a good, honestly, I really relate to that, growing up in a family that has a not great dynamic and then choosing my family and not associating with family. And people are always like, but why? You should. You're going to regret it one day. And I'm like, I'm not going to regret my mental health. So there's that. But it's a really unhealthy idea that you're stuck with the family that you're born with. And if you can't make that work, then you have nothing.
And I certainly grew up. My father definitely pushed that narrative on me a lot. Oh, you have to become friends with your mother, Glory. You have to learn to make peace with your mother. No, like a toxic person will always be toxic. And I kept, vacillating off and on for literally a decade about that with my mother. And, honestly, it was just more of a freeing thing when I realized she's not part of my tribe. I'm never going to reconcile this with her. So why am I worrying about what she thinks of me? She doesn't understand me, and she doesn't even respect the way what I value. So what am I worrying about here? And that was the most freeing thing that could happen. But again, it was freeing to not feel shackled to this idea of I have to make this relationship work.
Yeah.
They have to want it to work too. I mean, I truly, there were so many people in my life that I felt like I was dragging around dead bodies. All these bodies just burned. You know how like Jacob Marley talks about the chains, right? And on those, Yeah, and all those chains had like these like enormous charms, if you will, on them of like vestiges of his life that he was now dragging around. I felt that way about the people in my life, that I was dragging all of this dead weight around because I was the only one trying to make all these relationships functional in any form.
Oh, I agree, but they don't. Is there an actual maternal figure in all of the world?
Like, what do you mean maternal figure?
Found, right? I'm chosen family people. Like, you mean in MCU or in just Marvel in general?
In MCU.
Oh, I don't know.
I try to think of one, and unless I
would say in.
Well, yeah, of course.
I mean, there's like Hawkeye's wife was a mother, and she definitely was kind of mothering even of the Avengers when they went to Hawkeye's house to sort of regroup.
But she's not really. They don't have one in the story. The narrative around that is like you either you're a mom or you have zero adventure in your life.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if, like, I'm thinking more the X-Men, the cartoon, like maybe there, but
yeah, I grew up with that. Like, Storm was very mothering.
I would say, in the comics, Storm was. I mean, you know.
I love Storm in the X-Men, X-Men cartoon.
That's what got me into X-Men.
Me too.
Before into Marvel. Before that, only Marvel I knew was Spider-Man and the Incredible Hulk.
Well,
and then
on the bad side, Mystique. For
she was also
right. She also played that role, I think, in the comics, not in the movies.
Yeah, like
in the comics, that was her role for the Magneto's group.
She was she was the mothering of, like, what was it? What was that guy? Nightshade or something?
Nightshade. Not Nightshade.
Nightwalker. No.
Nightcrawler.
Nightcrawler.
You know,
and
Rogue. I love that story, man. I want to watch those again.
was also Rogue's mom.
Right, and the other one that's a bad person that was kind of maternal was Snow Queen. Was it Snow Queen?
Yeah. Emma. She
took care of her or Frost. That's it. She took care of her people too, in a kind of mothery way. Now she'd be the mother you wouldn't want to have, but
yeah.
I mean,
if we're going to talk about it, Agnes Harkness, to a certain degree, also was very much the matriarch of her group and had several children and found children as well. Now, I'm not saying she was a good mother. I'm just saying.
Well, actually, in the comics, she's very good.
Comics, apparently, she was also just a little bit. It wasn't always a functional parent-child relationship. But
I do agree with Chandra's point about, I think in the movies they've made it a thing where, like, if you have kids, you're not going to be able to be a hero.
Yeah,
which is a weird take.
It's a very
Sue Storm.
That 80s idea of, like, you can't be a working mom and a good mom. Like, you can only, if you want to be a good mom, you have to be stay at home. I remember that rhetoric from the 80s was still, being pushed of, working moms can't really fully be there for their children. And to a certain degree, Marvel's still pushing this rhetoric.
I'd say, like, the closest we had is, is Fantastic Four. Sue Storm, had Franklin Richards.
Yeah.
And sort of took care of him, kept him and his sister around and, did everything with them.
Yeah.
But also with Agatha Harkness.
Yeah, I'm wondering
why he was putting it like why are
into the new movie series. Oh, sorry, Glory.
Oh, I'm sorry. What were we saying, Nia?
Yeah, I was wondering why, if they have this in their little pockets of in Marvel and other places, why this didn't translate over when they did the movies, because it does affect, I think, the way that we've seen all the women in all of the movies. I think that we have had complaints throughout about the way that the women, and we haven't even gotten to Hela yet. But yeah, it's so bad. It's not good. But the Marvel that I remember as a teenager was Storm, and those
I fell in love with Storm.
Amazing.
Storm is this powerful, benevolent, mothering, nurturing figure, even of the very broken X-Men children.
Mm-hmm.
The X-Men teens, I guess, is really, although they had some middle school age kids in there.
Yeah, they had some young ones too.
And Storm, like, she seemed to me as a kid perfect for this role because she herself is so powerful that she can handle children's wild outbursts where they're emotional, they lose control, and Storm's like, yeah, you can't scare me away. I'm, that protective mom that's like, I'm here through your storm, and I will still love you anyway. I'm like, that was what like really drew me to the X-Men cartoons as a kid. Was that seemed like such a mom thing?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't scare me.
And talk about found family. Both groups were found families.
Totally.
And, yeah.
And Professor X kind of bringing them together, and his whole thing about it didn't matter where you came from, because you had Colossus from Russia and you had Storm from Africa, and you had these people from all over the world, different backgrounds, cultures, all these different things that depended on each other. But I do think a lot of that got lost when it was translated.
Well, I mean, they were getting out of it even in the 90s, because I had a lot of old comics from the 80s when they did the original New Mutants run.
Mm-hmm.
And the original one, the Danielle Moonstar was very much the mother of the group. And they killed her off in like issue 19.
Oh, wow.
And I was very upset and not sure if I wanted to continue, even looking for these ones, when it's like, they didn't just kill her. Like, there's a whole page and there's just a blood streak. And it's like, no, we're not leaving a question. She's gone. And it's like, but this was the mother. Why did you just remove the mother character from this group? This weird thing where they don't want mothers. They don't want people to, who are worried about others. They want just narcissists. It's very weird that this is the direction they went to.
I feel like, and also this is partly based on my education, in child adolescent education, that traumatized people, as, let's be honest, most of mutants characters and other superhero type characters, then often like their maybe not necessarily their first trauma, but one of their biggest traumas is finding out their own powers, and it often hurting those they love somehow because they haven't learned control yet. So, but traumatized people are able to rise above their trauma when they feel that they have a secure emotional home base, and that home base is made through chosen family or strong, powerful friendships that they know it doesn't matter what happens, I can come back to this. And so they are able to rise above the trauma and the triggers to do what they feel is necessary. Hi, Sid. And so to take away these mothering character options says a lot about, shall I say, lackluster or non-creative writing. Because isn't that, to me, like, there's this idea in writing about you can't have functional relationships and still have plenty of conflict that is engaging and interesting to readers, to viewers, what have you, to audiences. Yeah.
It's very YA. It's very YA writing. A lot of times you have these very young characters, but what helps them grow up is that they lose parents. There are no parents around. The middle grade too, they're doing it, and it's definitely a Disney thing. Like, the mom's got to go, and the stepmom is usually the worst.
Mm-hmm.
It's.
Well, and I think at least reading in YA all the time, those are the laziest stories too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Have a kid.
Versus what we saw in the movie Soul, where he had a mother he loved, and his mother loved him, but it didn't mean that she approved of everything he did.
Right.
That's it's like, why is this so hard for people to recognize?
In a way, I saw that as Joe Gardner's like a bit of coming of age for him, even though he's obviously a bit older. He still was needing to make peace with his mother.
Mm-hmm.
And that's part of growing up. Charlie says the answer is simple. Patriarchy. Strength comes from denial of suffering, rugged individualism, and a lack of empathy. If we care for one another, war is hard to sell. I think it is limited writing. I think that's like, it's a very limited idea. It's not creative.
Mm-hmm.
There are
because we're humans.
Yeah.
We want to bond. That is our first instinct, is to bond. We will, come on. As they've proved in the 1970s in America, humans can bond with a rock.
Yep.
That's how much we can bond with anything.
It doesn't even need a face.
It doesn't even have the possibility of being alive ever. We will still bond with it.
The rock is never going to come to life.
It's never been alive.
It's always been an elemental.
Yeah.
And yet we bond with them.
Yeah, we'll find our Wilson.
I knew of people who literally in their willed their rock to another family member when they died. And actual people in Mississippi who've died who willed the rock, their pet rock from the 60s and 70s.
Oh, wow.
For real.
I had hoped that was a joke. But you were being serious.
Yeah, I'm being serious. Like, that is, humans are so wired to pack bond. We will bond with anything and anyone. If we don't have people to bond with, we will bond with objects. I certainly talk to all my clothes. It's true.
Yes. Well, yes.
Who wants to come out today? And like, not you. No, not you. Yeah, you look good. Let's go. We found a wild Charlie too. Did you come for your hot take, darling?
We're making some hot takes, so do it.
Charlie, you're still muted, babe.
I know. I was trying to find the tab that had y'all still talking on it, so there wasn't an echo.
I was like, if you're talking, well, I don't want to miss this hot take.
Oh no,
I'm you, baby. I want to hear it.
I'm just Phoebe. Please go watch it. Be nice to yourself.
It is Phoebe. It's the best one.
This to me is, I get it. I'm coming at this from a very anarchistic point of view because that's how I am. But this is about alienating people from their base emotions so that you can divide people so that they're arguing amongst themselves and not seeing the real problems. That's why the parents have to die. That's why we have to continuously put people into these states where they're not allowed to feel for each other, because we are encouraged by our culture and by our media. And it's not like a grand conspiracy. It's how our culture has taught us to be. Don't care about other people, care about yourself, get your own for your people, to hell with everybody else. And that is the grand vision of Western civilization. And it's
that's
problematic as hell.
That keeps going through media about what is it actually being woke. Wokeness is not about, saying that I am better than you. Wokeness is acknowledging everyone and going, we need to look out for everyone. Mm-hmm. But media keeps going, no, we used woke to divide. We can't use it to combine. That's antithetical.
It's why when you look at like second and first wave feminists, they're always talking about equality. Like, this is about leveling the playing field. It's all about leveling things. When you get into any ideology where you're trying to say this group is higher, this group is better, this group is more blah, 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 that's where everything falls apart. And that's why you have to get rid of those nurturing figures from the story. I mean, it's baked into society. It's baked into our culture. Like, if that nurturing figure is there, it's hard to sit back and go, I don't know, maybe that mass murderer is really a good guy at heart. Maybe I should love him.
No, you need the mother figure to say, no, that's crazy.
Right.
No.
Right.
Murderer.
Even the chosen family to go, no, honey, no.
Just to be simple, imagine how different the Twilight novels would be if her mother were involved in the story and not cast in this role of this distant, unemotional, I don't care about the kids, shrewd stepmother role. I mean, her mother is the stepmother that you find in most stories, right? Yeah.
And her dad is also life, though.
Character,
Arguably, her dad's the best character in the story.
Because
I haven't read him. So
nobody's going to let you sit there and hang out with your 114-year-old boyfriend.
Oh, so cringy.
Yeah.
Why is he loitering around high schools? He can loiter around colleges where they're at least of legal age. So cringy.
But that's why we got to throw all that out, because you can't have that nurturing, loving person there that's going to go, maybe that 150-year-old isn't right for you, my little 16-year-old darling.
or what? Wait till you're 20 and see if he's still interested in you.
Yeah.
He's got time. He can wait.
Also, though, what kind of 120-year-old has seen that much of the world, comes back to a podunk town and is like, that's the one.
Forks.
No, it never makes sense to me. I'm telling you, it's the one thing about this, particularly the vampire trope, that makes no sense.
But he has an option who is also his peer, and he's like, ugh.
No, I want the child who knows nothing about the world and hasn't experienced anything yet.
I need the person that I can mold into the person that I want them to be, so that we can have the life that I, the male in the relationship, desire. It's
ding ding.
Even when they're married, he's like, that's enough of that. I almost killed you. This is my choice.
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to jump in and say, this is my pitch of why we need more writers. We need more people from a lot of very diverse backgrounds writing and putting their stuff out in the world, because this narrative is too well ingrained in our societies, and we have got to change it. And the only way we're going to do it is like the baby boomer style of just too much in number, and we overwhelm the old guard.
Yeah.
I've been watching documentaries lately about boomers. So
yes.
And that is literally this is my master plan, y'all. I do the show in the hopes of convincing all sorts of random people who have thought, I've thought about writing stories. Maybe I could. Yes, please do. I want you to. Right now, get started. No matter how bad you think it is, I promise you it's not as bad as Marvel Cinematic Universe. You're fine. Jump in.
It's honestly why they are afraid of all queer characters, no matter even, that's why they were afraid of Will and Grace, which I argue is about the platonic relationship between two people that have very little to do with sex, except for on her part. She finds herself some men. But,
still looking for that validation.
Right? It's why they're afraid of any queerness coming in, because it interrupts the story. No. Everyone has a role. Play your role. Put your uniform on. And that's who we've been since the 1800s.
Well, I think it's interesting with that. The shows that have pushed back on that, take Queer as Folk, which came out similarly timed as Will and Grace. The moment you let queer people be queer, it was a hit.
Yep.
And people liked it and said, "Oh, that's different. I want to watch that." And then we had the L Word, and then so I think you're right. I think it's about people writing their own stories and telling their own truth, and then letting people find it, and they'll either be drawn to it or not.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
To be fair to Twilight, I have read all of it.
Oh, we're doing this still. Okay.
Yes, we are. And I have a special place in my heart for it, but I also have the awareness that it is trash, and I don't have to justify that I enjoy it or that it means something to me.
Nope.
Yeah, no.
You can enjoy it.
I'm like, it's trash, and I like it. So, but
Yeah.
but also social awareness.
As I like to say,
and that's perfectly valid.
Yeah.
My dream in the world is to be the queerest Robert E. Howard I can be.
Yeah.
But I know that Robert E. Howard wrote trash. I am not
Yeah.
I have nothing
There's
against
nothing
trash.
wrong with
Trash
that.
is beautiful, especially when it catches fire and this rainbow of lights comes off of it, because God, what was in that trash to begin with? But I'm here for it.
Inhale it all. Inhale it.
Get the fumes. Get
The
them all.
magical fumes.
So
Natasha,
we do a bottle break, a little stretchy time, a little maybe hydrating, a snack perhaps, and we come back and we continue the fun hot takes. Thoughts? Yes? Cool?
Yes.
Over there? All right. Well, if you would like to go ahead and mute yourself, I will start the video. Beepity beep. Beepity beep. Beepity beep beep. Beepity beep beep. Beepity beep. Beep. How did everybody do? Get the snacks.
I got that strawberry cake I was complaining about the other day. And
Oh, yay.
it was so good. I made a mistake. I shouldn't have complained about it. I was wrong. Also, Dobby says hi.
Hi.
Aw.
Hello.
I finished my pecan croissant from earlier today. That was from Mother's Day yesterday. It was excellent. And I started my water. There's lemon in it.
I got a big old cup of crushed ice with water. Mostly ice.
And Laura finished her strawberry milk. Tom's got water.
That sounds so good.
Mm-hmm.
I launched my new YouTube channel.
Ooh, congratulations.
Warned the hubby that I felt really bad making Glory read these really long chat messages that I kept putting in, and decided to be on the stream.
I was
What?
wondering.
You
I
didn't
was
want
like,
me to just keep reading it forever?
Yeah.
I was like, what did we say that was so controversial to coax you? Because I want to keep that in the arsenal for next time.
I
Yes.
know. Like, you don't know how I've been working for 6 episodes of How Can I Tempt Charlie, like where they just cannot stop themselves and they have to like click the link.
Well, this topic's a really good one because, you know, as somebody who's been involved in LGBT activism for so long, I don't believe there's a difference between homophobia and misogyny. I think they're exactly the same thing.
They're both
They
forms of
just have-
supremacism.
Yeah. And they're all about people participating in their prescribed social roles. And anytime you are hearing transphobia or homophobia, very often when you just peel back just a little bit, like it's not a lot of layers. I mean, it's like the cellophane wrapper on something. You can often see right through it. You know, there's just a whole buttload of misogyny just sitting there being like, well, we just hate women. Why are you like the one? You know, and yeah, I get really worked up about stuff like this. So, sorry, not sorry.
Yeah.
Like that was what I enjoy about, you know, like when I read, you know, good female characters in stories, is that it's a real different perspective. It's not just a, you know, washed in a coat of female. It is actually, you know, like, so I hear Gloria apparently, you know,
Washed in a coat of female.
like, you know, because like, you know, to get back to what I was talking about at the very beginning. Yeah.
No. Yeah,
You
but
know,
I
so you can
don't
pass the
disagree.
biosensors as female.
Yeah, especially with Disney, like dipping their toe into, we're going to try things that maybe we can go full bore into. Maybe we're just going to be performative about. Like, I am so like worked up about the new Star Wars series because Omega is trans changed my mind. And if they come up with any other excuse for her, it's really going to be tortured and painful for everything. But like they're just like ignoring the issue and like it's a wonderful story. Look, we cloned a guy and have a girl character. Yay! Disney, we're watching.
I mean, to me, it would be a more interesting concept that Omega is trans than to simply do what they tend to go, which is, well, I mean, if we already have the male DNA, then we can always just, you know, take off that Y and duplicate that X, and we could make it female. It's like that's not anything of interest.
Like Doctor Who did.
Yes.
So I see 2 ways that they can go with her, and that's either, since every member of the Bad Batch, they changed one thing in their DNA and it made them who they are, like they augmented one thing. Like, so help me if the excuse for why she is a her is we made her super empathetic and boobies. I'm not going to be happy there. Like, if that's, because I can see like seeds of that too, and I'm just hoping beyond hope that Disney, you are better than that, right?
At this point, it's like I watched a documentary that DC just published on their YouTube channel. I want to say at the end of March, that I think they actually had done like a year or two ago, about the origins of Batman the Animated Series, because they're looking at rebooting or relaunching or continuing it. They keep changing their mind. And the interesting part about this documentary is it's also talking about the origins of the DC and Warner Brothers animated division and how this was made, and so why it was so different. And then it also finally explains why are DC animated movies and shows good when I can't stand the DC movies.
Right.
And it's because it was started by a woman who essentially ran interference. She always hired people who were just best at what they were doing for these productions, and let people be themselves. And they kept giving better and better results. And also they had great interference from, of all people, Steven Spielberg. That as long as they can make Steven happy, they can do whatever they want. And Warner Brothers learned to take hands off with the animated DC production studio. And I'm hoping Disney will learn to do the same thing with these shows, because we know from before that Star Wars people know what their audiences want. We saw that especially in the 2000s. They can make a show everyone wants to see and talk about. So let them just work.
And I more than anything, to get us back onto Marvel, hope that they've learned through Star Wars. Stop responding to internet trolls. Just stop. Like, people are there is an industry out there that their entire job is Disney bad, let me tell you why. That's how they make their money. That's how their Patreon is based off of subscribe, give me money so I can tell you the next thing that Disney did that's evil and corrupting your children. You're not going to make them happy. Like, that's how they make their money. Like, they're going to stop making their money if they come out one day and go, you know what? Maybe Disney's a good company. They're not going to do that. And Rise of Skywalker, if anything, just showed like what it looks like when that nightmare future happens, where you just listen to all of the internet trolls and go, okay, let's edit our movie to try to make them happy. Don't know. So I'm hoping.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to say, I just hope that they remember that there are people like me in their audience, and we like to see ourselves just like everybody else likes to see themselves reflected.
And we saw that a lot more. In the Star Wars animated stuff.
But
I didn't have a problem including everyone.
With Disney, I mean, Tiana spent most of the movie as a frog.
Yeah.
I know. I was always so pissed about that.
Not cool. Yeah, that was not cool.
I'm like, great, awesome, wow, good.
A frog.
Yeah.
Such a throwaway.
Every little girl I know wants to grow up to be a frog.
Oh, come on, the frog had eyelashes.
I wanted to be a mermaid.
That's how you knew it was a lady frog.
Oh, God. No.
Yeah, no.
Don't get me into gendering like characters and stuff, because I'm hoping it was fake. I did not go into it, but somebody sent me a picture of apparently the new Pokemon set, and there's male and female versions of the Pokemon and stuff that you can collect. And I'm like, this is fake. Please, dear God, tell me this is fake. They did not need to give like tatas and eyelashes to no, this has got to be fake. This has to be fake. And I don't even care anymore. Like, I'm pretending like it is wiped from my memory. Like,
why?
No, I'm not gonna give into this. Like, no, please.
So on the subject of writing better, should we talk about WandaVision?
Well, actually, like, the part I was gonna just tail back on what Nia was talking about was one of the other, like, yes, I do have notes too, Barrett. You're not the only one. And one of my big issues is, like, when I was writing the show description and I put in, the shows and movies that we're, really going to touch on, or at least let me rephrase that. I intend to. It doesn't always happen,
Right.
but was like, why is this so white? Why is this list so white? And that's where, like, at the bottom of the show recommendations, movies and things, it was like I just essentially go in this tiny rant about, like, Kamala Khan, or frankly, I will take any. Can we have, Domino, Yukio, Negasonic? I would like any representation. I am so tired of why Marvel's so white. Particularly,
how about we make She-Hulk?
She-Hulk.
She-Hulk is coming.
African American.
Yeah, Tom's pitch is Leslie Jones as She-Hulk, which I'm like, yes.
Oh, I would watch that.
I would totally watch
as a
that.
lawyer, like, because she really can palm a pumpkin. I saw it on SNL. She did it. Yes, that's She-Hulk, right?
Personal pet theory: they cast Tatiana Maslany to play She-Hulk because then they don't have to hire any other actors. I saw Orphan Black; she played everybody. They're saving money on the budget. Tatiana Maslany's just going to be everybody again. She's even going to be the lamp, the chair, and the desk.
Yeah, I'll take it. But yeah, like, what is up with this? But not that I don't love WandaVision, and y'all, I love Peggy Carter. But this is so tired and old. First we need the white character. Like, no, we don't. We don't ever first need anything other than good characters, and also we definitely need representation. Yes, I would like the queer characters, and I would like the people of color, and I would like the queer people of color, and I would like the trans people, and I would like the trans people of color. Give me any of it, but at a certain point, it's like I realized when I was like essentially finishing up the show description, I'm like, I'm so desperate, I will literally take any. I don't even have standards anymore. This is like the standard of like, can I have any, please? That's what it's like. Please, overlords, can I please have some representation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's because they're afraid of those people that aren't hurting their business. I mean, how did that boycott of Black Panther hurt you? Like, how did the boycott of Captain Marvel hurt you? I mean, those movies, you look at their box office, they did fine with the boycott from the people that were going to be mad about them no matter what.
Wait, people boycotted those movies?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did they, or did they just say that they were boycotting?
They may have just said that it was the same one troll making 10 million posts. It's like the same. The
ISPs did do that, so why not trolls?
They're already pre-planning the boycott for Black Panther 2.
Yeah,
and
didn't they Rotten Tomatoes it the first one down? Mm-hmm. They tried to Rotten them before it ever even before they.
Yep.
It's honestly, it's not like anyone's going to know if they actually boycotted or not. They're just going to take their sheets off to go watch it.
Yeah.
I'm saying versus people literally paying for the buses and the tickets to bring the kids to the theater to watch Black Panther.
We even donated to someone like up in Jackson who was like rounding up cars of kids to go see Black Panther, and we're like, we have a few dollars. Where do we go?
It was so awesome. Yeah. I love to see everybody in their costume. Oh, that was the coolest.
Mm-hmm. I love it when the kids start making costumes out of duct tape. I'm like, yes, you're doing it right. This is me. I mean, like, you can paint over the duct tape, but like, yeah, you got to do it.
But yeah, like I said, when I first started, aside from Spider-Man and Hulk, the first Marvel that I really got into was when they had the X-Men cartoon back in the early 90s, and I was like, what is this? Oh, and there's Storm, and I was in love with all the characters. It's just the variety. I mean, I'm like, a lot of us aren't even saying we only want it to be this, or we don't want any cis white men. No, we're not saying that. We're saying we want everyone. We're here too. Can we? And we're your audience also.
I mean, but also, like,
and not make one POC that's all of the marginalized things that you don't like. Don't do that. That is so. It's like. And you wonder why people complain. They're like, well, we gave you someone. Oh, look what you did.
Or make them the villain.
Yeah,
or the villain is the worst.
Again, the Hays Code comes back and rears its ugly little head.
I apologize.
But like, what I like about the X-Men cartoon was it reflected my experience living in the Deep South, which, while people have this idea of it being very segregated, and they're not entirely wrong, they're also not entirely right. My experience as a child in the 80s and 90s, it was like, I don't want to use the word integrated, but essentially it was, when you're poor, everybody's poor with you.
Mhm.
And it was a very integrated poverty, you know, and that's what I loved about the X-Men cartoon, was it reflected my experience of, oh no, it's everybody. There's, you know, I think we had just gotten in those 30 families from Vietnam.
Yeah.
So there were Asian families. We had Chinese national families that were doing, getting their college degrees here in South Mississippi in the 80s because it was so cheap and it was an American education. There was like, everybody was diverse, and we had plenty of queer folks as well. And that was my childhood experience. And it was so lovely to see it reflected in a cartoon. It was the first time. And I was like, yeah, Captain Planet was not exactly as good as X-Men of what my childhood looked like, but it still was something. And that felt wonderful and powerful. Like, oh, finally a cartoon that looks like my life. And it's like, why is it taking so much time and so many decades to get back to that?
Marketers. There's an intermediary.
Don't make me drop the F-bomb. I will bomb this place with Fs.
No,
How do we make you do this?
That is the
Charlie.
problem. That is the problem. When I know, especially when,
market to people of color. You can take a rotten.
if you talk,
You just put it out there that there's people of color being well represented in your show. We will come.
Mm-hmm.
I have over the years had a very hard time getting ads on a lot of the work that I've done, and it's because when you talk to the ad agencies that are supposed to be getting you those ads, they're like, oh, but you have a predominantly female audience. Women apparently don't buy things, apparently. So there's no ad money for you. And this is something that you, like, when you spend a lot of time dealing with these people trying to get ads and trying to like fund projects, there's this weird idea that if you're not a white cisgendered straight man, you don't spend money. And that's still to this day ingrained into this corporate mindset. And it's so ridiculous.
You know, I watched a clip of a speech the other day from Reese Witherspoon where she was talking about how they were pitching a bunch of female characters and being turned down. And so they started their own production company, and that's how we got Big Little Lies.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And tried, if you haven't seen Big Little Lies, like, go do that. But also, there's like a lot of, like, all the trigger warnings on that one.
Oh, yeah.
But
that's why I haven't watched it yet. Like, I want to. I love all the marketing I see for it, but I'm like, I don't know that I'm strong enough yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so like those things aside, it's well told, and I love the story, and most of the characters are women.
Mm-hmm.
And she was talking about how everyone was like, oh, these are not going to make money, and all the movies that she listed that were the first few that they'd made and had been wildly successful movies and shows. So people saying that gender or, you know, ethnic background or anything like that isn't going to make money isn't true. It's just people are not going to pay to go watch a movie where they are mischaracterized.
I think also it has to do with the marketing itself. I'm going to just say it. Predominantly cis-het white male marketers do not know how to effectively market to anyone that's not them because of the narcissism.
It just seems like they picked a really complicated way to tell us that.
Yeah. Because like, again, it goes back to like when I had the video store and I talked about how we finally hit the jackpot advertising wise when I went to the last independent radio station in town, which was a black owned radio station I told you about. It was a Radio Shack. It was literally a shack on the edge of town. It took me a while to find it. It turned out that they didn't have any advertisers anymore. Like they were
turned off the paved road.
It was an actual turned off the paved road. And I didn't realize I was the first marketer first company to walk in to do advertising with them. in, according to what they later admitted to me, 2.5 years. That they'd been trying to get their father to close the radio station for literally years because he was literally losing money. But he was like, but. And just from us starting to advertise with him, got other businesses advertising until it became a booming business within about 18 months. And, but like the other businesses were predominantly also Black owned. It was that they didn't think to advertise with this radio station. I still don't quite understand it. But it wasn't just Black people listening to the radio station, even though it was a Black owned radio station, and that was their perception. I knew, no. Everybody would tell me they listen to that for the R&B and they love, all the music that you can't hear on Clear Channel. It's that again of like, you have to figure out how to market to other groups. I went to the one place I knew I could get to the people I wanted to get to, which are people who do not listen to country music all the time. And it's the same 40 damn songs every freaking hour. It's the same
it's
song.
called a top 40 for a reason.
I haven't, like, every time I listen to the local the local country music channels, I know all the words of the songs because they haven't changed in 22 damn years.
And it's even a problem on this platform where you look at how hard it is for any people of color or LGBT channels to get monetizing, even if they've got that magical 1,000 subscribers, and they post their video and they watch that little thing go from green to yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, not an advertiser-friendly topic. It's just not, and it's baked into the system, and that's really where the problem is.
I mean,
I love YouTube, but you're doing a lot of this about that problem, but you actually need to do this and fix it.
Yeah.
But you heard Google lost yet another AI ethicist. Like, they're all dropping out because it's not good the way they're handling their AI, because they know they're baking in these prejudices into the AI. Just like, we see writers baking in the prejudices they were raised with into their storytelling.
Yeah,
instead of going, wait, let's make it better.
Mm-hmm.
Where
Let's
the
make
villain
Captain
has
Marvel
to be, queer or African American or at least a person of color, or that's the Hays Code, and it bakes it in. And why are you putting it in your writing now when that's not required? It was required at a certain point. It is no longer, but people now take it for granted.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when people talk about systemic racism, that's what I think about. I'm not saying it's the only systemic racism or the only systemic sexism, but it is pervasive. And again, that's my pitch of we need new writers. We need lots of new writers so we can overwhelm the numbers.
Yes, but it's also really important for new writers coming in to think about what they're reading and to be conscious about it. And that makes it really difficult because I realized, and I have a video where I talk about this, I realized that I was writing all of my characters as white unconsciously, just because that's what I've read.
Yeah.
And if you think about yes, a lot of it is cliche and you just put it in because you're like, I don't know what to write now. And you just, but then going back through and starting to edit and starting to expand what I'm reading, it's really difficult to expand what you're creating and what you're presenting if all of the examples you're looking at do not contain the diversity that you're trying to bring into your creation.
I realized in our Queer Amazing episode last season on Getting Excited About Movies, I realized after talking about the Hays Code all week and everything, that I was defaulting all of my main characters as straight, which I'm like, wait, what and why? I am not even straight. But because almost every story I had ever read growing up, and even through my 20s and even my early 30s, straight was the perceived default. Mm-hmm. And so I thought that even in my mid-30s writing of like, I don't know that I know how to write queer characters. And then after we did that entire episode, I think, Charlie, weren't you there too? Mm-hmm. And it was like, hold up, I may not know how to write queer characters, but I probably can't do worse than me writing straight characters. So let's figure that out. But again, it was like, I was doing that too. And I was like, why am I doing it? It's so weird.
Yeah, I decided that a while ago, probably right when I decided to change my channel and make my short stories into something more than just, the sporadic short stories, to actually start putting some of these stories together. I was like, this is what I'm not going to do. And I deliberately said, I'm going to just mix it up. And sometimes it would literally just be, pick a character. This character is going to be queer. This character is going to be a person of color. That person's going to be and not just black, but there are other colors and to choose from. Even if it's a fantasy, they're not going to necessarily be like we say African American, Asian. They're not, but this is how they're going to look. And so I did that very deliberately. And then I was very interested sometimes because I was just like, random, you. Now, what do I need to do to make this? And it was very interesting, the characters that I'm like, okay. Oh, some of them I'm very excited about. I'm just like, this is going to be more interesting than it would have been otherwise, because I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I'm really going to have some fun with some of this, and, I don't know why. And that's before, I was really even into AuthorTube. That I was like, I don't want to see, and I know that some people are not going to like it, but I don't want to see the same thing. Or I want to write what I want to see, and I'm like, this is what I would have liked and to have seen. And I think I'm a little bit spoiled on the generation that I was when I was in middle school. There were a lot of TV shows that are not like they are now. I don't know what happened. No, it was like, I don't know. I think some of you guys are around my age, and I'm like, we had Family Matters, we had the Cosby Show, but we had Lisa Turtle. I'm like, things were better for a brief, weird.
Up with the late.
And then what happened
into the 2000s? It was like white supremacists took over.
It's like, no, we can't have this.
Weird. And not just the whitening, but like the straightening too.
The straightening, yes. That's
like the whole thing. The cis het normative, the whole thing, and it was weird.
What happened?
I pretty much stopped watching television almost entirely. And
watching television.
And I was reading a lot of books because I didn't like what I saw. And I was like, what happened to the early and mid 90s when it was really diverse and it was fun and quirky? Because, by the way, if you don't know, quirky is a dog whistle for autism or neurodivergence. So when it's a quirky character in the 80s and 90s, that was honestly writers trying to, slip in the neurodivergent characters without officially doing it, which is fine. And, I'll take the representation I can get, frankly.
It was early on. I expect growth. You know what I mean? You expect things to get better, not to totally. Do you know what I mean?
I think of it like a pendulum, though.
Modern, what was the HBO fairy tales thing where they would?
Oh, you remember those fairy tales where they would read different cultures? It's Cinderella in China. And
oh yeah,
remember that? Yeah. All those, and there was what was it? There was one. Anyway, it was really cool. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Young people? No. Okay.
Young people. There was a brief time when this was actually happening.
You're youngin'. Here.
I would say I wouldn't know any of it because I wasn't allowed to watch TV at all.
Fair.
And I wasn't allowed to read fiction. I didn't. So that I was talking earlier about how Twilight will always have a special place in my heart.
Sure.
That was the first big fiction book that I read. And I think I was 16, 17 when I read it. And I was like, what? There's a whole world of fiction out here? And I was so excited. And then I started voraciously reading just everything I could get my hands on. And our little podunk library had so few books. I didn't even know how to pick books. I didn't know what genre was. I'd never been exposed to any of that. So I was just like, I've heard of these classics. I wasn't allowed to read those. Even in school, there were certain things we could read and we couldn't read. And my parents would go through and be like, oh, these books are not appropriate. And then they would only pick, the one that I got to read, there was a play on Helen Keller. And that was one of the books. They were like, well, this is from a true story, so you can read that. And I was like, I don't. So it really shaded what my perception of literature was.
I know from my experience, my first book came out in 2005, and the editor very clearly told me that all the queer characters had to be removed or it wouldn't sell. Because it had a queer protagonist, and the desire to have a published book
Yes.
outweighed the desire to keep the story I wanted. And luckily, that book is no longer on the market because when I had a loophole in my contract that I could pull it back, I did and re-edited it and put.
Have you queered it up again?
Yeah, fix it.
But when my second book, Shine Like Thunder, came out, it was about 2007. I was doing all the things that you do as a writer. I was doing book signings and going around and promoting the hell out of it. And I remember in my hometown coming out of a San Francisco bread company and having a woman and her friends harass me for being a race traitor because the main character had an Iranian name. In a sci-fi story in the distant future that's practically in a galaxy far, far away. Like
Iranian people probably don't exist in the future, according to them, I guess.
And they were making such a scene that the manager of the restaurant came out and asked if I wanted him to call the police.
Wow.
Like they were really making a scene. And that's when I had a moment of, this is where you have to make a choice. Do you just never do anything publicly in the state of Missouri again and continue writing the stories that you want, or give in to this BS? And guess which one I picked? Can you guess? But I'm just saying, if I, a nobody, right? Like I've never been like a huge writer or anything. Like for me, this little nobody in the middle of nowhere is experiencing that. I can only imagine what the like studios were like, the just droves of hate mail, right? Like that one white supremacist who happened to get my book at one of the signings, because I recognized her too, and she was so excited to read it. And then, she had feelings, all the feelings. She also didn't like hear me like the 6 times I said it was a gay romance story. That was also she didn't listen
Charlie,
to the words that came out of my mouth.
But gay also means happy.
Oh, the rainbows.
But you know what I'm saying? Like,
God's love. Okay.
I was so
in the butt. Anyway, no,
yeah, I was so innocent.
I'm sorry, I am
up.
so a child. I'm a middle school child. In the butt.
I was so innocent growing up. I'm not kidding. It took me until like the last year or two to figure it out of why, unlike all these other series, they've never made Diane Duane's Young Wizards series any kind of TV series.
Oh, Tom was like trapped into reading some of those because I'm like, no, and Tom's like, cats, and that was how he trapped me.
And it's in part because the main character is a girl, and her best friend though is a boy. So it's definitely, we got both genders for a kids show, but their what do you call it? Mentor. Is a gay married man who's not only married, he's not only a gay married man, he is married to a man who's not white. And Diane refuses to let that change.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Since
so
she, has retained all the rights, she can like make that.
Oh man.
And Diane Duane,
and that's why we've never seen this series that is much older than most of the other magic school, learn to be a magician type stories for young adults, be turned into shows and movies and properties. No one's touched this one because Diane's like, no, you have to actually keep them as they are.
Okay, but here's where I get confused.
Okay.
We have Mortal Instrument with
there's so much built-in
brother-sister situation, but like to balance it out because at least they're straight.
First of all, Cassandra Clare is a whole thing that we just don't have time to go into right now. Like,
I
don't have 5 more hours, Chandra. I got it at some point.
I'm just gonna say, go to Sarah Zed's channel. She's got like a 3.5 hour video on Miss Witch. Just watch it. You will understand Cassandra Clare and the whole thing there a lot better. I'm
sorry, I had to throw the monkey wrench out there.
I know. You love being an agent of chaos. We get it.
But also remember, that show got to exist because first of all, if you saw the movie is straight as hell. Like the actual movie that they made is straightened out so much it is unrecognizable from the source material. The TV show was part of ABC Family's rebranding from being ABC Family to Freeform, where they were like, we do things differently. So they wanted to really put forward this. See, would you ever see all these queer people on ABC Family? I don't think so. And they did a lot of programming.
It's very much
like
the
that.
Steve Buscemi. Hello, young people.
Yes,
I'm a young person like you.
Yes. And like it really, like, I know I'm just obsessed with everything going on with the tramp stamps right now, but it really feels like that.
For a second, I thought it was a trans stamp, and I was like, go on, what are we doing now?
Oh, no, if you don't know about the tramp stamps, you have to like...
I apparently don't. I'm so interested, Charlie.
The Tramp Stamps is a fake band that was created in Nashville to be like, hello, fellow children. It's like 30-year-old women that are like pretending to be in their 20s so that they can write music for 12-year-olds that have songs. Literally, I hate straight white men. No more straight white men is one of their songs.
Why haven't you shared a YouTube video of this with me, Charlie? Why are you not loving me like I thought our relationship was like this?
I really need to start posting more of this in the Discord.
Just Discord, like, hear glory. You know, I know I'm not going to notice stuff unless you said it directly to me. I live in my world.
Also, this is very close to like that's my old stomping grounds, and I don't know this, and
it's amazing. They tried to do a Tumblr because one of their songs actually includes the lines, just opens with the line, just a Tumblr boy and a post and an emo kid with nothing to do in Illinois. That's literally the opening to one of their songs. And so they decided, oh crap, if that's going to be one of our songs, we should have a Tumblr. And they lasted all of 5 hours on Tumblr. Strange Eons just did a wonderful video about how they got ran off of Tumblr in 5.5 hours. That is amazing. I highly recommend it. I've been watching the saga for like the last month or two because
we just need in your Discord server just a whole room that's just random videos Charlie is buzzing on.
Okay, I can do that.
Right? So at least I know where to go when I'm like, I need to fill my YouTube playlist with stuff right now. Where's, or put them in the queue and just run them all, whatever's the latest batch.
I could do that. But the reason I bring them up is they're such a parody. Like I hope like the big secret is that they're a parody band. And unfortunately people were just too obvious of a parody band.
Satire.
Yeah, it's satire. Like eventually they're going to get there. Eventually they're going to get there. Like,
parody is for the poor and uneducated. Parody is for commoners. Satire is for the educated and elite. This is how the BBC documentary explained it to me.
Oh.
But I first found out about them because somebody I followed was like offended at how hypersexualized they are about black men in their lyrics. And I was like, wait, what? And then I read the lyrics and I was like, oh my goodness, not only do you hate white men, black men are only good for one thing. Oh crap. And then they got caught using the N-word on Twitter. It's glorious. Like the fireball of trash. But this is when media tries to superimpose itself on society and they're like, I know what the kids want. You get the tramp stamps. Like this is exactly what you get.
Like, stop trying to help.
Right.
Like, this is bad.
Yeah. Don't add.
This is not good.
Hello, Wokians. I too am woke.
I feel like I've been living in that scene from The Birdcage for the last 5 years where it's just like, don't add, subtract. Who put Playboy in the bathroom? Leave it. It's what they read. Like, no.
Yes.
Don't add. Like, I just feel like I've been living there.
I love that movie so much.
So, Natasha.
Just go Hank Azaria. Just Hank Azaria, everything in The Birdcage.
Oh, God.
For the money.
Oh, God. Both The Birdcage and La Cage aux Folles cannot recommend enough. It's totally wonderful.
Cannot.
Yes, Chandra. Back on topic. So, the women of Marvel, their thing, and let's what you got?
We were about to talk about the
stir the pot. Stir the pot, babe.
We were about to talk about my favorite Marvel show, which I know other people have problems with.
WandaVision.
Yeah, we were on WandaVision.
Yeah.
Is that what we're talking about, or is it
Mhm.
Peggy Carter?
Yeah.
I don't know which one's yours.
No, we're on WandaVision, and then we were going to go to Hela.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
And the
Oh my
recent
God,
news
no,
of
let's
Hela.
start talking faster. Because I want to talk about Hela. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, WandaVision.
I mean, I just watched it, and I wish I had more to say about it.
Okay, I have issues with the dynamic between Monica Rambeau and Wanda. I'm like, I don't know what's happening, but who wrote this? Was this somebody who's like, these are female relationships? Sure. This is, and it was like, why are we fitting Monica into the black best friend when Wanda has not signed on for this? And also, this is not exactly how the best friend trope works.
See,
Yeah.
well,
It felt fake, and I'm like,
I think I kind of took it as maybe it was supposed to, because it was a made up world, but Wanda thought she was in control of it, but it turns out she wasn't. So I don't know. I was like, I'm kind of thinking it was supposed to be on purpose, because when Monica just showed up one day, all of a sudden they're like, oh, hey, yeah, she's helping us do the comedy skit or whatever.
yeah.
And then she's all of a sudden she's just there and she's bowing with them. I'm like, it's like automatically we know something's got to be up with this woman who's just showed. You know what I mean? It's like it was too obvious. I wasn't sure if it was supposed to be on purpose.
Yeah, I didn't read her as
if they were playing the trope.
I didn't read her as the best friend either. I read her as like very glitchy. Like, why is she hopping around like this?
Even when Monica came back, though, she was still trying to be more of a best friend rather than, hi, I'm an agent of SWORD, and I am here to try to mitigate this freaking disaster of your life. You know,
like why she didn't just announce herself and be like, basically, I'm the police and I'm here to help
you. Yeah,
right, or something. So I work for the government, and you seem like you are a disaster lady.
Yeah,
you are in crisis. I can tell. Yeah. Everyone can tell.
Yeah, well, that's kind of another trope, though, because you know, black women are always come in as the helper. They call it the mammy trope.
I'm so weary of that.
So
say the line. Say the name of it. We all know the name.
What? Which one?
The magical Negro.
Oh God.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
They will solve everything. Not need any payment or acknowledgement. And they will leave, so you never have to admit about them later.
So you don't actually
they will take all the risk. I mean,
right.
She went through that thing like you don't know what's gonna happen, Monica. Stop.
Well, now you really live your life, girlfriend.
The physicist was like, "Please, do not." What's her name? Why do I always forget her name?
Oh, what's her name? I like her.
Yes, Darcy.
I like her so
I
much.
love Darcy. Why did we not get more of Darcy? But also, I felt like her reaction to going through and running into Vision was much more realistic because
natural. It felt organic.
Yeah.
Yes. Why would she was not aware of who she was. So like once they cross that boundary, they're not aware of who they are. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, Rambeau was.
Well, the second time Rambeau was, and that's how they were making her into Photon, the character of Photon.
Yeah.
I know.
But again, why? Well, I did not find her motivation to go in the second time to be organic. Of like, I'm going to save this woman, and I'm like, what is mentally wrong with you right now?
Okay, this may just be because I was a big fan of the Incredible Hulk comics in the 90s, which are a lot of Bruce Banner in therapy with the other three Hulks.
I was going to say, that was an interesting time in the comics.
Very fun reading for children. I was
not allowed to read it, so go on and educate me. Tell me about it.
Oh, I kind of want that series. I'm kind of upset that we skipped that and just got to him being okay. Like, that's my favorite part because Nightmare Hulk.
Yeah, I love Hulk in therapy.
Oh, Nightmare Hulk is so creepy and I love it. But I kind of watched it through that lens of this was superhero grief counseling. Like, that's why she shows up and she's like the friend because she's the other person in the chair next to you at the grief counseling circle. And just like, oh, honey, yeah, we've been through a lot. A lot. Yeah, let me tell you. Because now I may be watching this through the darkness and the depression that was trying to eat me at the time. So take that for what it's worth. But I looked at that and it was, for me, so relatable, because anytime you go through either a loss or through one of those depressive states where the darkness is just coming in on you, you are in an alternate reality. Like you really, really are, because food doesn't taste right, colors don't seem right, your sense of touch and vision actually do get distorted when you're suffering from depression. A lot of people don't talk about that, but it really happens. And anybody trying to fight their way in really has to play by the rules of the person in that depressive state if they're going to communicate with them. And so I saw a lot of that as the writers trying to show that process via superhero magic. Because that's what...
That does make more sense.
Yeah, that does. That actually does.
That's what
I actually
Marvel does.
Yeah, Charlie's doing a great job. Charlie.
Yeah.
We need Charlie hired on at Marvel, but also like a lot of clout. So like Charlie can just ignore all the executive notes to like, like, yeah, baby, I need you there because this shit don't make sense.
Yeah, and it makes sense that it would be with Wanda because she's the one going through the trauma, not Vision. So that
Vision's not really there.
Right.
And like the whole thing that she has to sacrifice the kids and then him, she's going through grief. She has to realize her future, her plans, her entire world that she had imagined will never happen. And thus we have to see the kids get taken away. We have to see Vision get taken away because that's the final stage of grief. That's acceptance. That's her coming to terms with, oh, that love of my life.
That honestly makes it make more. When
Charlie,
I say make this make sense,
yeah,
this is what I mean.
That's what Charlie just did. Charlie made it make sense. I love it.
Yes, because like I love the show, but I was like, I don't understand what's happening.
Yeah, it's like you get that feeling like you're watching it and you're enjoying it, but then you're like, is this a trope or I don't know how to feel about this?
Yeah.
Because when it's happened so many times, okay. A lot of us who watch TV, if I see if I see a black woman, I automatically can call it. They're going to be this, they're going to be this, they're going to be this, or they're going to be. I can call it every time. I'm like, oh yeah, So there's one of four things, and I can usually, especially recently, narrow it down to one or two things that this black female character is going to be, and that's it. You can nail them down. So whenever something happens now, we're just programmed to see it. And when they're not exactly doing that, and you're like, I'm kind of enjoying this, but are they? It's almost, not triggered, but almost like you're like waiting for it.
It's like
you're expecting
so hard about what is happening here that it's hard to keep your suspension of disbelief and enjoying the show. Yeah. Because you're like, wait, what is happening? What is happening?
Okay, real
Please
quick.
don't do the bad things, you know?
I actually have sort of what we talked about, I think 2 weeks ago. And this does actually bring up a good point to remember in your own writing. And so what we're seeing Charlie, do in explaining this, and everyone else suddenly going, oh, okay, now I'm more comfortable, is when we were talking before about you have to pre-digest in your story and have your characters essentially tell your reader what those feelings and thoughts are that are the reason for this behavior. You cannot expect your reader to interpret what's going on. That requires more brain power, and you take them out of the story when they have to think on their own. Versus, no, have your characters comment about this of, like that Wanda is in the middle of her own crisis of grief, and we are seeing it play out with magic.
Why couldn't
this
we
is
just
simultaneously
talk
awesome
about that with
and
Darcy and Jimmy?
Yes.
I love Darcy,
Darcy
Jimmy, and Monica. What a great trio. They have fantastic chemistry together.
Oh, that was fantastic.
Let's together again.
But why couldn't they have that conversation? And then so when Monica's like, I have to go in there, this will only get worse. She's like got all this magic going on, and grief doesn't, like, she is so deep into herself, she needs a hand to pull her out. And then Monica going in and risking her own DNA would make so much more sense. That Monica's doing it for the benefit of the planet.
But don't forget to, when you make changes, to then come back and digest it for your watcher, your reader, or else you get this, like this, where it's like
Yeah,
I
'cause-
enjoyed it, but I don't know if I feel comfortable watching it again.
Because this is
Yeah.
one of the biggest problems.
Because your readers, I'm sorry, really quick, your
Yeah.
readers are coming from different places. So
Yes.
I'm not watching from the same lens as Tom or Glory. I'm watching from a lens of, ooh, we've been here before. Please don't be doing the
Mhm.
bad thing.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just want to enjoy it without
Yes.
worrying that you're about to do the bad things. You
Yes.
know?
Yeah,
Charlie?
this is the problem that I feel like has really been accentuated since the era of CinemaSins, where we're going to ding for exposition. Because you see a lot of movies, especially from powerhouses like Disney, cutting out those moments of exposition that desperately need to be there. And I would be surprised if there's not a script, if not a deleted scene, where something had been said that they were like, well, I can hear the CinemaSins ding in my head. You know, like some people are going to make a thing out of,
Who cares?
oh, it's a grief allegory. You know, you can't
Mhm.
say
It's
that.
fine. Everybody in the Marvel Cinematic Universe is in grief. It's like their hallmark.
Yeah.
It's fine. If you like Marvel, then you're going to apparently enjoy watching grief. This is the rules. I did not make them.
But you
This is-
can't just watch people suffer and not expect them to process how they suffer.
Yeah.
And
And
this
that's-
is
You
where-
can in movies.
But in a way,
you
didn't we
should.
all kind of go through this though? I remember
Mhm.
because I didn't go to the theater to watch this, but I remember people leaving the theater and coming back, and even my own kids like, "Oh my god!" You know,
For which
were they
one?
not?
Was it Endgame?
Yeah, after Endgame, when people were
Or Infinity
disappearing,
War or
and,
whatever.
you know, yeah, Infinity War before Endgame, yeah. So
Yeah, Infinity
so
War.
it makes sense. Go ahead and say this is the grief. This is, you know, go ahead and put it
Mhm.
out there because
Call it
everybody
what it
felt
is.
that. People
Mean
felt
it.
it when they left the
Mean
theaters,
it.
and then at the end of Endgame, when the see, it shouldn't be a spoiler, but I'm not going to say who. But when the person
No, you can
and
go
the people
spoiling.
died,
Phoebe knows.
people were grieving.
The only one who
You
doesn't know.
I mean, but it also if you don't acknowledge it, then it feels like I don't know like maybe a specific book, but I know I've noticed this in my own writing when I go back through and something big has happened, and you don't have the character, you don't give the character time to acknowledge it on the page. Then you read it and it's like
It doesn't.
it doesn't flow right. It feels rushed. It doesn't have the correct significance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It takes something away from your character's actual
does.
character. You're like, what's wrong with them? What?
Yes.
Why
Or
don't
what's
you
wrong with the
feel
writer?
anything about
Yeah,
this?
what's wrong with the
Like,
writer?
yeah,
Why
like
would the
I
writer
asked myself,
write it like this?
Are they a sociopath? Is the character a sociopath or a psychopath?
Or is it just the
or-
writer's one?
Or it's just the writer? Like I literally have asked myself several times as I'm reading other books of like, who's the psychopath here? The character or the writer?
Yes.
I'm sorry for the like insane giggling here, but like I'm feeling slightly called out by this since at least two of the people on screen are reading an alpha draft of my book right now, where I know that that's a problem,
That's-
and I'm just like, oh, I feel so called out right now.
I'm
Yeah,
talking
I know.
about my
I'm
writing. What you mean?
But this is what I quote this all the time, but it's one of those moments that I have to remind myself of, and everyone does. Jim Henson said, whenever you're creating anything, you have to give the reader a handhold. There has to be a handle, something that they can grab onto and know. That's why Kermit became a frog. For about 5 years before Kermit was a frog, Kermit existed and nobody cared about Kermit. Kermit was not a big character until he put a little frill around his neck and called him a frog.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing that happened is the character is written the same, it's performed the same,
Yeah.
nothing changed. He just said, oh, Kermit the Frog. And all of a sudden, we have Kermit the Frog. Like, everybody knows who that is.
like frogs don't have frills. What's this about? You know?
But it gave people something to grab onto. You know, oh, frog. I got it. That's why his head is shaped like that. Okay, frog. And it gives you something to go on. If you're not doing that in your fiction, you know, if you're not doing that in your fiction,
I can't
people
wait.
won't
I got
do that
hot takes.
for you.
It's like whenever I see someone pop on, it's like, oh, do we have another hot take?
Not really.
Oh, you just have come to like watch from, inside. That's great.
Bask in the glow of your awesomeness.
The compliment. Oh no.
But see, that's also why I said I don't know if my interpretation is fully valid because I was in a dark place, right? I was in that Wanda headspace. The world is closing in around me. I feel like I'm going to lose everything.
Carly, I really wish you'd been in that writing room. You don't know how much I really wish, what kind of blood do I need to sacrifice to get time to rewind and get you into that writing room? Because they needed someone like you. They needed you there to write the explanations in for people like me, who's
Right.
I've had plenty of grief, but I've never been so far in, apparently, that is honestly probably because I can disassociate from my pain. I'm so sorry, y'all, but that is my actual superpower according to my therapist. And so I don't know what this is like, but I want to know. I definitely have had family members in there, and I'm like, oh, is that what was happening? Because this whole time I've been very confused.
I
The
think that's the
darkness is
important
real,
thing about
and it comes for you.
fiction, though. It's
Yeah.
supposed to put words to your pain, or if it's something you've never experienced, give you a window into it so that you can experience empathy at the very least. And if you don't know what that is, if you don't have the words, like this, here's some fiction that will make you feel less alone, because at the very least, the author had to understand where you are in order to write this.
Because when you hear me talk about my 5-year unscheduled mental health vacation, I was living with Wanda in Crazy Town. I mean, my friends came over to the house. I'm sure we did things together. I'm sure fun was had by people. Like, I have little to no memory of it. TV shows are realer in my memory than those 5 years that I spent in that people. Her pain was so that was my handle. I've been there, Wanda. I've been there with
Was
you.
it visceral for you?
Is. And just grabbed on and went along for the ride. Because that's my deepest fear. I don't want to go back there.
Yeah, for sure. My deepest, darkest points were in 2018, I think. And then I discovered and then I got on good meds. And then I discovered writing, and it has been so much better ever since. So just being able to explore other worlds, not just living in books like I had all through school. My mother banned me from reading certain book series because I would do that instead of my homework at night because I wanted to escape so badly. I'm going to Hogwarts. I'm going to the Shire. So just being able to, I don't know, I have my imagination back, and it's so nice because living without imagination was torture.
It's a terrible feeling, and it's really hard to explain because, I've always been a very imaginative kid. I was that annoying kid who ran around with their imaginary friends, and if no imaginary friends showed up, I made one. And okay, what do I want to hang out with today then? Bing, let's go play.
Problem. No, what showed up did not like me. I was like, no.
I had a couple of those.
Oh, no.
I think I guess I always went to places that I had never been, and I would just check out. Actually, we used to drive a lot in the car, and that was my favorite thing because then my dad or mom would be really focused on what they were doing, and they would leave me alone. And I always hated it when they would be like, "What are you thinking about?" And I'd just be like, "Nothing. Mind your business.
You need to worry about.
I'm in my storyland. Leave me alone."
I love reading, and I used to read a book a day at one point, when I was a teenager, because I was also a speed reader. And because that's how I deal with my dyslexia. If you read fast enough, the dyslexia can't catch you. No, that's actually true.
No,
it sounds funny, but it is actually how we treat dyslexia as teachers. And I just wanted so desperately to escape my life and go live other people's lives. I wanted all the adventures. I wanted to be treated differently than how I was treated by the people around me. I wanted to know what that was like. And so I felt like I got to put on everyone else's, personas and go live all these lives away from my life. That was what I just kept reading desperately, to go live all these lives.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
And that's where, we as writers really have to develop several kinds of bravery. Like Chandra right now is reading my therapy novel, which is basically, it's what I was writing last year. And so anybody who's been following my streams has heard bits and pieces of it, but it's literally like me processing my life of craziness through fiction. Like, okay, that's going to be some vampires. That's going to be, just like, it really is what that book is. And I love it with all my heart, and it needs so much work. But, being brave enough to share those parts of you that have been cracked with time is hard. It is not easy. And I really learned this from doing the diversity panels at the conventions, because I learned that to get their trust, I had to be open about certain things, and to get other people to realize that healing is possible, I had to talk about things that had happened to me so that they could see, oh, you survived that. Because I don't like words like victim. I don't like words like survivor, because both of those define me by that person that abused me when I was a child, or that person that raped me as an adult, or that person that beat me for this, that, or the other thing, right? I don't like any of those words. I'm not defined by them. But if we're going to share stories that really have the power to change people, we have to have that vulnerability to put that pain that we felt onto the page. So somebody else, through this wonderful psychic medium of storytelling, can feel it too and learn empathy. That's what the process is about. I like the word thriver.
Yeah.
Beyond surviving, beyond being a victim, beyond surviving is thriving. And that was always my goal, to go so far beyond victimhood that I am thriving. And that has been an insane journey that no one could prepare me for, but it was so much scarier than any, Hobbit adventure to a volcano. For me, anyway. And that's my hope in writing, is to say, yeah, it's worse than you think it's going to be, but you are capable of doing it. And going, how can I communicate to people I don't know yet that they're stronger than they think they are? They're stronger than anyone's ever told them they are. Because if you are broken, it means you are not around entirely safe people. And that's where I'm hoping Marvel will eventually start taking the stories, because you see it with WandaVision. Like, I see it with both WandaVision and I see it with Falcon and the Winter Soldier, where they realize the power that fantasy and science fiction has is you can add a layer of abstraction to these things that will often make it easier to talk about. Because it's really hard to sit down with somebody and go, hi, would you like to talk about grief? No, I would like to run straight. You're leaving. Yeah, that is the normal, I think, perfectly normal response to, hi, would you like to talk about grief? No. But if I say, would you like to watch a show where Wanda Maximoff creates a fictitious world so that she can live with her dead husband and have a life with him that was stolen from her? You go, oh. Yes. Yes, that sounds interesting. I would be very interested to see what happens. And then you get to slip in that other stuff. This is where science fiction and fantasy really gets powerful if we use those tools. No matter how much he protested about it, and J.R. Tolkien did, a lot of those books is him processing the First World War. Yes. Like, he protested that reading his entire life, but it's there. Merry and Pippin walking amongst the dead after the battle is probably one of the most powerful scenes in the entire book. I cried. Because there's a part of you that hears in their words that he and a companion of his probably did that on one of the battlefields. He was at the Battle of the Somme. Like, if you know anything about World War II, you've probably heard that phrase, Battle of the Somme. He was there in the middle of that. Right? Wow. And that's what makes these stories so powerful.
because I argue with people all the time because it's like, well, why don't you write something real? Because oftentimes you can't tell true stories through reality.
You have to tell a lie to tell the truth.
Yes.
But
That's
also,
fiction.
Yes.
the fact that you write it makes it real. So I just need people to stop with that. Like, I don't know. Why don't you go make your life interesting? What are you talking about? Yeah, that was petty. I'm not sorry about it, but it was petty.
I love that, and I feel like it's a perfect chance to. And if you want to make your life more interesting, I just launched a second channel where I'm going to be doing like meditation and stuff in there, and your life will get real interesting real fast if you're not careful.
I say,
like a third or a fourth. Who are you kidding, my darling?
as far as the whole healing journey goes, about as far as I've made it as well. That happened.
Well, but that's like kind of how we do it, right? Is we process by we can process grief by talking about other characters' grief with our friends, reading a book or a movie, something that we can essentially analyze with someone else. And through that medium, we can process our own grief. We can process our own feelings of brokenness or our trauma. We can do all those things through the guise of a character because it's like one emotional step away from our skin.
Yes.
And sometimes that little bit of space is just enough to be able to the healing to crack through.
But that space is actually the fiction holding space for people.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just watching something completely different, but some historical fiction retellings from older novels, you know. And I was like, wonder why this particular one is my favorite. And as I was watching it, the actress was going through the stages of grief that you feel it, and you feel her feelings for the other characters. And I was like, this is really good. Something about that realness of the grief made that adaptation to me better than the other ones that I had watched. And that was it. I was watching them like, because the other one should be, the other one was good too. Why is this one better? The fact that it actually showed her grief in such a real way. And I think so many people could relate to that, to being in that position that, you know, you've been there. And then even in her grief, the fact that somebody else was grieving, she took that grief onto herself as well, which sent her spiraling into just a really bad depression. And I was like, that's why this one's better. It actually showed this grief process, something about it. Or it's better to me anyway. It's like my favorite one. Even the music.
What I got out of a lot of books, being able to like essentially sort of put on the persona of a book character, was to also see how they process their emotions, how they process trauma, and to get ideas for how to process my own. Was like, well, let me put on, you for a little bit and see what it's like living in your shoes. And maybe I can get ideas for my real life. And because I had no idea what I'm doing, I still don't, frankly. But I love being able to get ideas from fiction on how to be more functional in my own life. Because I don't know, there's just something about it that just feels more authentic than actually talking to other real people about real grief. And they go, well, I tried journaling and that was nice. And I'm like, but if the character journals, well, then maybe I should give this a try. I'll need extra stickers.
Speaking of which, more stickers came in the mail today.
Ooh.
Yay. I mean, but we all need more stickers.
I think so. I mean, at least I know I came from that generation of stickers. I had a sticker album. There was a whole scratch and sniff section. Yeah.
Oh, I remember the scratch and sniff.
Remember the puppies?
Folder still full of stickers.
Remember the puppies too? Yes.
Yeah.
But that's why I like to call writing as psychic art, because it is. It's being able to put other people in someone else's head. And it is magical when you experience it as a reader. And I think like doubly, triply, quadruply so as a writer. Like when you get into that character's head and you feel what they're feeling, and you talk to somebody and you notice that moment where they felt it too, it feels like you performed a magic trick, like the world's greatest magic trick. Because,
or like when readers talk about weeping for a character that, you know, like that you also either wept for or you wrote, it's like, yes, you get it.
Yes.
That is attached as me. Like, yes, because I really do have tiny little mini funerals when I kill off characters. Like, there I am in my room crying and literally speaking to no one my eulogy. Like, but doing a eulogy.
It's awkward to walk in on those.
Yeah, Tom's walked in a couple of times and I'm like, everything is fine. I just killed off so-and-so. And he's like, I'm going to just close this door and leave you.
Yeah, in that first outline when all of your faves are still alive and then you realize you've got to go back through and one of them's got to die. And you just, one of the things that I do when that happens is I let my characters grieve. And I'm like, I know I can't show all of this, but this person's feeling this and this person's going through that. And, you know, who's going to try and be the one to try and comfort these characters?
Yes.
Okay,
And
so
it
this
makes
is helpful. I have someone that I need to do this thing for.
I didn't want to kill him. I didn't.
I'm
But they had
in
to
the
go.
same boat. But I know, like, both. Well, first of all, like, both couples cannot have a happy ending. We know this, and I just haven't decided who. You know.
Yeah. Oh, like I have written out this conversation between Gabriel and Michael, who I see Gabriel as a non-binary character and Michael is definitely, a sword holder. I'm just going to say it. But anyway, Michael was, you know, the angel who birthed, or not birthed, but, you know, started up Nephilim in this. But Gabriel had the purple ponies. And now, you know, here they are at the end of the start of the apocalypse. And Gabriel wants to have a conversation with Michael about the loss of their children, the purple ponies versus the Nephilim. And to essentially have as two parents, two paranormal angelic parents, having a conversation about the loss of their children and that they've never had this honest conversation before with each other. Because, you know, they're like siblings. And I just cried and cried. And let me tell you, I'm going to be so pissed if when beta readers read it, they don't cry. Of like, oh no, everybody has to feel this pain about the loss of a whole set of children, whether they're giants or, you know, they're purple ponies. Of that loss of like, I started them, they were my babies and I cared for them, and, you know, they are no longer. Do you feel that pain? Do you feel that missing grief?
This is not at all related to our current topic, but can we just say that in Van Helsing is the villain when he kills all of Dracula's children.
I mean, that's a bit of a genocide, isn't it?
Yeah, it was. I was always very upset about that. As much as I love that movie, I was upset about that.
I feel like I've been really mean to some of the people that have been reading my outlines and stuff, because I know at least 3 characters that are going to die in course of the story, and I cut those scenes out of the outlines because I don't want I want to protect spoilers. I don't want any risk of people knowing who's the ones that make it to the end, and the outlines get very vague, the ones that I've shared out. And I'm watching people like starting to like talk about, oh, I love this character, I can't wait to and this character and that character, and I'm just like, it's so hard now because I'm just like, I can't say anything at all about this.
It's like, no, honey, don't get too attached to that one.
Yes, get attached.
You're like already there.
You will feel this when it happens.
I think it's interesting. We started out talking about female characters, and here we are, like, hardcore pushing grief writing. And it's not wrong. Like, there is something inherent about if you are writing authentic characters, let alone, deviating from the default of cishet white males, that eventually if you're going to write authentic characters, grief will come up, particularly for anybody dealing with bigotry. There is this grief over society frowns upon me, or society is actively oppressing me. And there is a grief over, why can't you just love me for who I am? Why are you withholding your approval of me because I don't fit your idea of what is right or excellent or some bullshit? And there is a grief there that all the characters would therefore have to experience.
But
If I
when
can get back-
character, sorry, go ahead.
Just real quick, if I can get back on my soapbox for just a minute, this is a problem in our culture. This is why it comes to this point, because when we decided, hey, let's try a nationalism starting in the 1800s, and that whole idea of nation states, which is not an old idea. Like, that's not an old idea. That goes back to the 1800s. Before that, there were no nations on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
It's a new idea. You had to abolish the concept of grief, because pointless war it's prevented by grief, right? You have to bind that idea of stoic valor to the society so tightly that they're willing to watch thousands and thousands of people march to their deaths. And there's no room for grief in a world like that. I mean, if grief were allowed to be shown, World War I could never have happened, right? But stiff upper lip, what? Right? You just send
you have to mask your feelings.
Right. You have to send those white feathers to them cowards that aren't fighting for the pointless war, right? It's so much a part of that patriarchal idea that comes in full force with those nationalistic identities, which is why when you talk about bringing more of the feminine perspective in, unfortunately, that means having to bring in grief, because we have collectively suppressed it from our psyche.
This
We
is
don't know how
very
to
true.
process it.
Strong people don't grieve. Don't you know that? Strong people don't grieve. Look at the stories, right? All of the stories we grew up on. Somebody dies, their
It's
chin
taken-
locks. Maybe one tear. Maybe you get one tear.
You're allotted
taken
one.
out of
and then
stories,
they get their sadness out by going and getting revenge or destroying something.
More
or,
violence.
you know,
Simba.
more
And they
violence.
run away.
I know this is one of the stories that I like to bring up a lot because it has so much. There's so much to dissect. But in Dune, in the book, they specifically mention shedding water for a character because that's the most scarce resource.
Mhm.
And they don't even reference that in the movie. So even if it is written into a story, they will edit it out or find a way to be like, and the grief never happened.
I think that's a really valid point, Chandra.
Mm-hmm.
And even in the miniseries where they had more space, and you can't be like, well, it was a movie, they had to cut dialogue. Well, even in the 5-hour miniseries that they made, they cut that out. Because
I'm like, no, it's whether it's conscious or unconscious, there's still this desire to cut out the existence of grief as something that stays with you for years or a lifetime or whatever. That grief is with us always. Here.
it's why we're only now starting to deal with getting rid of the shame for having PTSD.
Yeah, I was just thinking about PTSD.
Well, in the Hunger Games, they shame Katniss' mother for being just grief-stricken.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, well, you need to get it together. You have kids. That's not the point. She's suffering.
And
She didn't sign up to do this alone.
Yeah.
By taking out grief, or at least by not allowing characters to visibly grieve, we are, as a society, we are showing that your grief has no place in your idealized life. And so if you are grieving, you're an aberration of what is an acceptable life to lead. Because I was just watching this stuff about boomers, and they were talking about all those educational videos they show in the high schools back then, and that there is a very strong implicit bias there of if your life does not affect these home lives that they show that high schoolers are supposed to be having, then something's wrong with your life. Not that you are living a different life, that you are supposed to be living a life as shown in these educational films.
Yep.
And
Now, does it also
boomers were rebelling against?
Does it also affect the way that we empathize with people then? Because if we're seeing someone go through a tragedy, and then instead of dealing with their grief, which you could empathize with that, if they're being destructive or they're turning into a villain or they're doing this, are we now like, yeah, that's what happens when you grieve? That's what grieving
No, I think
is.
people are just like, ew, that person's weird. I'm uncomfortable with my feelings
But
when
our
they feel
superheroes do it.
this.
But
And I'm gonna go now.
think
So
about it
here's
though.
the
Name
other
5
side
stereotypical
of that
female.
same one.
Sorry.
I don't know who's talking. but I definitely want to hear everything everybody was over talking.
Me too.
Real quick,
So
name
somebody
five
jump in and get
stereotypical
started.
Name 5 stereotypical female qualities, right? They're emotional. They cry too much. Right? All of these, they have feelings. Like they're all the same version of that, right? Like every stereotypical female quality is some version of, but they have feelings. They're gushy on the inside. And that, sorry.
And like one of the things we really don't see is what are actual functional tools to take away from these stories of how to grieve. I mean, like one of the things I have no problem admitting that other people do look at me weird is it usually takes me a few years to be comfortable to start grieving things and to process them. It is too close and fresh, and I get overwhelmed really quick. So like, I'll be, to be perfectly honest, I avoid most podcasts right now from 2020. Because I'm not ready to really hear them talking about lockdown. That stuff is still a little too fresh for me to handle. Just like after 9/11, I did not watch anything that dealt with it for 2 years.
Yeah.
Because I just knew.
Katrina, I did the same thing. I avoided a solid 3 years of any of the documentaries about Hurricane Katrina. I lost half.
Yeah, I did that too.
I lost half my roof with Hurricane Katrina. I literally, for 9 months, used to brush my teeth in a raincoat every morning because my bathroom had no roof for 9 months after Hurricane Katrina. So I was not ready to watch how the devastation, because I live 50 miles inland. It was so much worse on the coast. And I couldn't do it because I was still processing my grief over my losses and my problems. And so like, I could understand that of like, I'm not ready to to open up that wound to actually clean it out yet.
Mm-hmm.
Versus you tend to see in these that just, oh no, you deal with it right in here and now in just an hour, and then we're done. We don't have to talk about it again. The grieving's done. We're finished. On to the next. It's like, that's not how it works.
Not accurate.
Well, I think that's interesting, though, with WandaVision, because everyone definitely started forcing their way into her world.
Yeah.
Whether or not she was ready to process. And can we just talk about how that contributed to the volatility? Because sometimes when people are avoiding stuff, they're avoiding it because they need to. And that is the healthiest response for them at that time.
Yeah.
They need that stability first, that emotional stability, and they can't process yet because they're not in a safe headspace yet.
My therapist and I talk about that, where like I'm like, this is just now coming up for me, or whatever the case may be. And he was like, well, here's the thing. It's great that you want to work through stuff, but before you work through things, you need to make sure that you're in a safe place to do that.
Yeah.
And that, I think, has to be prioritized.
Yeah. I think what we're dealing with when it comes to WandaVision is the people who, when they're going through the grief, they're hurting themselves, but then they're also hurting other people. And so you have an entire town now that's being affected. So yes, Wanda, I would agree. She needs to go through her processes of grief, but we have a whole town full of people who are being harmed.
Right. And like how
in this process. So how do you balance the taking care of Wanda, but
going, what we're doing,
which is Monica,
makes so much more sense. And now I shall ruin the very end of WandaVision. So Wanda going to New Zealand away from everybody to actually essentially really deal with and process her grief / learn from, I can't remember the book's name, but scholars, do you remember the Book of the Death or the Book of Chaos or whatever it's
Darkhold.
Thank you. The Darkhold. That makes so much more sense of like, Wanda, let's get you away so like your dome of grief cannot encapsulate anyone but a bunch of, I don't know, wallabies, whatever's over there. Kiwi.
Reindeer?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, it's New Zealand.
Couple squirrels.
Well, only one of the two islands is inhabited, so I assume she's on the other one with just the Kiwi and stuff.
Yeah, and as somebody who went through like a really, really like dysfunctional depression, like I related to her not realizing how she was hurting all the people around her so strongly because you know, I married, family went through a lot throughout those 5 years. We own a business, and the poor employees who accidentally interacted with me during that time where I just was not fit for human interaction whatsoever. Like, oh, I like that moment where she like it dawns on her, wait, I'm hurting you? Like, I felt that because the greatest trick depression has is flipping everything inside. You cannot conceive of things outside you. It's whether that's, you know, literal in a more catatonic place, which please, hopefully no one ever gets there, or just when somebody says something nice to you and you've already come up with the 12 reasons why they're lying because they just want you to feel better and shut up. They're just trying to hear you. They don't actually care.
Oh my gosh, that's so Wanda when after she has the twins and she's like, Monica's like, I just helped you deliver these babies. I'm really not your enemy. And she's like, no,
you need to
get
go
away from me. You got to go. She's not. She can't. She can't.
Yeah, she knows she's not emotionally stable yet to deal with.
She can't process even that this person was here just helping me
even
5 minutes ago.
Can't too much.
Can't do it.
It can be really painful to watch.
This is only making me love WandaVision even more.
Yes, because
WandaVision's amazing.
Yeah, this makes sense. Like we needed Charlie the whole time. Charlie, I know you have a life, but I'm just here to tell you, I don't feel like your life is as demanding of you as we need you here.
We need that.
Well, see, this is one of the reasons why I've been wanting to do the videos like I've started doing on the channel about like the media that I watch, because I love talking about it, and especially when it's a show like WandaVision. I saw a lot of people like saying things about it, and I'm just like, I don't see this. Like, I can kind of see that, but what about this? Why is nobody talking about this? And then it's hard. Okay, let's just turn this into a teaching moment for everyone. None of us knows that one thing that's unique to our perspective that other people need from us. And I will bet you all money you have one, because I've met very few people that didn't, and they were unimaginative people that were really just scary for completely different reasons.
Yeah.
No.
You mean the Dexters of the world?
Yes.
Dated a couple of those.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I just want to go point out that I totally agree with Tom that if you'd like to watch an anime about grief and writers, I cannot recommend My Roommate is a Cat enough. It's dubbed, so you don't even have to read it. I cannot recommend this enough. Also, there's a cat, and half of every show is from the cat's perspective, and it is super cute. But it is about a writer. So
I just wrote a 50-word horror about a telekinetic cat. It was it's kind of horrific.
It doesn't sound fiction to me, but okay.
Let's say if my cats had mind powers, I would be so dead right now. Like, no, they've learned their new favorite thing is to remove all of the cushions off of all of the furniture and then go running around the house on them. Like they're literally floor surfing. And
why aren't you filming this? How dare you, ma'am?
I told you I need to get another camera. My Patreon is linked for my channel. Yeah.
Pitch that on your Patreon.
I really should. Like, if I can get to this level, I will put up a
camera. You sure you don't need to pitch that as an OnlyFans?
You know? Because
I mean,
every time I go in there, it's just like, where did that blanket come from? Like, I don't know where they're finding all this stuff that they're like, I swear they're building pillow forts when I'm not in the room.
My editing vlog is just going to be my cat terrorizing me while I try to edit.
Relatable.
Just want to point out, there it is. There's the Patreon. Let's get Charlie a camera and get like videos of the cats cushion surfing.
It's insane because I actually watched them do it one day because I like snuck into the kitchen and like looked around the room and watched them run, jump across the room, hit the pillow, and then just slide because we've got faux wood floors because allergies. Carpets are the devil when you have allergies.
Yes.
Yes.
If on the subject of like mental health and grief and things of that nature, if you like claymation and you haven't seen Mary and Max, it is really good.
Yeah.
It is so good.
We have
It's
seen it,
sad.
Lori.
It's sad.
Have I seen it?
Yeah, with the letters. They send letters back and forth.
Pen pals. He's in New York.
Oh, yes, I have seen that. Yes.
I think she's in Australia.
Something
Yeah,
like that.
that is.
But it's sad, but it's really good. But I'm hella ready to talk about Hella.
Okay, yay.
Ooh, yes.
We love Kate Blanchett.
Yes.
Yep.
Who wants to get started? I'm just
Hela is what Loki
Hela
always
was-
dreamed of being. I mean, Loki is what Hela is what Loki always dreamed of being.
Yes.
Hela was done so dirty by her dad. He's a terrible, terrible dad.
Can relate as someone with a complicated relationship with my father. I'm like, oh yeah, that's authentic.
After
I
Hela,
love.
You
after
don't
Hela,
just.
I want all the Lost Sisters. I want all the Lost Sisters because if you read the comics, Thor's got a lot of secret sisters because Odin got around.
Wow.
Odin doesn't call the All Father for nothing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's like, this kid's a mistake. Let's just pretend they don't even exist at all.
I love.
And then make the same mistake again.
I feel like
do
that
tag
again.
Odin's A+ parenting.
Oh,
I feel like it's a commentary as well on what happens when you seek your father's approval.
Mm-hmm.
And then you realize that it cannot be earned.
Yeah.
And the devastation that reigns thereafter.
I apologize for getting my soapbox out yet again, but Hela is a great example of what happens when you have fully succumbed to that patriarchal idea that you need a man's approval in your life, that your hatred and rage will grow so great that a giant volcano monster will rise from the ground and tear you down.
Preach.
I feel this so deeply.
Like
that's a description of Glory more accurate than you ever will know.
You don't know me, Charlie. This is a nice thing. You don't know the real Glory. There is a raging volcano.
And her parents, her father, had that fear.
How many times?
But just the thing is, it me.
Get it out.
And like there's just this moment where you are trying to please your parent and you realize the futility and you're like, if all bad, why not happy? And then
yes.
And then you're like, why do try?
So if anybody went to the Clubhouse
so there I
meeting,
was. It was 2010, and thank you for summing up my 2010, Chandra.
like if anybody went to the Clubhouse meeting and wondered, where's Charlie at? It was Mother's Day, and we did our best to have a happy Mother's Day up at the...
I was not expecting you today because I was like, Charlie's probably in, extreme triage aftercare for Mother's Day.
Oh yeah, we were watching Legendary last night, which I have to say I'm very impressed by. I've been resisting watching this show until the hubby was like, we're going to sit you down and you're going to watch a ball. And I'm like, it's on HBO. It's not going to be a ball. Oh, honey, the judges almost come to blows. It's a ball. Yeah, I feel because I don't know why I expect anything different. This is like the problem that we have with the world is we don't allow ourselves to prune our expectations because culturally, yes, I should, I don't know, maybe in an ideal world expect a certain type of relationship with my family, but that's not the world that we have. But we tell ourselves, like, but you hold out hope And I don't know why we continue to do that.
Hope
And
is
I'm
a
thinking
terrible
that's
thing on the
so perfect.
scaffold.
Yeah.
I will also say that Hela is the price that is paid for misogyny and internalized misogyny. Like that is his karma. That there is no other option because there's no way back for her by the end of it. He made sure that there was no way back.
So, I always
She's
relate
deprived of a redemption arc.
Yes.
the internal narcissist in me just like longs to relate everything to myself. Hela is my coming out story. Okay. Like the world is burning down and I'm having fun with it. All right. Like, that movie came out at just the right time for me. And I'm just like, there's my spirit on film. Thank you, Kate Blanchett. Thank you. Let's tear it down.
Burn it with fire.
Burn it with fire, all the fire, and just enjoy watching it go. Because, good Lord, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, to be isolated from everyone is inhumane. And, like, I guess, like, what she was at least in theory in Ragnarok, she would have been isolated for at least a couple thousand years.
Yeah, at least a couple thousand.
I would say a minimum of 2,000 because Thor is 1,500 years old in MCU.
Also, nobody remembers her, so I'm thinking it's really had to be a long time.
Guardians, like, live at least, like, 3,000 years minimum. Odin is 5,000. So, yeah, I would say. And so to deprive her of outside contact does not allow her an option for personal growth because we need other people to process. Yes, you can process in a vacuum, but it is much harder. So it is a punishment. It is not a containment. And what did he punish her for? He punished her for being exactly what he wanted her to be.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes.
Which, if that does not feel like misogyny right there.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, you want me to be nurturing and comforting and always there for you, but you don't want me to be a woman and to have my own independent needs. It's like, you have so much. I have so much.
You know what song sums this all up for me?
Okay.
What?
In My Fair Lady, at the end of the ball, when she comes back and Professor starts singing with the Colonel, "You did it."
You did it. Like the guys did it.
Yes, and
she
she's just there like,
with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
For anybody who doesn't know.
Sorry. This is one of my.
No.
She's just there like, okay, I learned all your lessons. I did all of this work. I became the flawless creation, and I pulled off the perfect heist, as it were. Like everyone thought I was someone else. I did all that from everything you taught me. Yes, you did teach me, but I actually executed. And y'all over here, it can't even include me in your celebration song. Like what?
So we have a tradition amongst my family, and by that I mean my chosen family, to celebrate the 20th of May because, after all, it is Eliza Doolittle Day. All the people shall come and celebrate the glory of you because, Eliza was done wrong by every person in her life, including the stalker who runs around on the street where she lives. Everybody did Eliza wrong.
Yes.
So I invite you, celebrate Eliza Doolittle Day this year by being yourself. And not giving 0 Fs about everybody else.
I do also want to point out, though, that his mom was also, I still really liked her because she was just like, yeah, you can come here. You don't have to deal with him.
And she was like, you can have safe harbor here. We all need those allies, and I think a lot of people stay in really toxic situations because they don't feel like they have anywhere to go. I know I certainly stayed in a terrible marriage for many years because of that. Because specifically, like, my mother said, you can't come home here. There's no place for you. And my friends were not real friends. And I was literally financially stuck for years. So I can honestly say that is true of a lot of people. And there's his mother going, oh, yeah, come over here. You can stay in my sunroom. I know my son.
Yeah, I think that whole thing, that happening to Hela in a different way.
Yeah. And she didn't have anybody to go to.
Yeah. And then her punishment was like a dungeon that doesn't even have a key. Like, we're going to wait till literally everyone you ever knew is dead before you will see the light of day again.
Mm-hmm.
And
again, that's a penitentiary. That is to make someone suffer. That is not how you rehabilitate.
Penitence, not rehabilitation.
Yeah.
And then people aren't sorry that for what they did at that point in time. They're like, you become the villain. Like, you're the bad person to them. So what do they have to?
And you spiraled.
Yeah. What do they have to be sorry for?
Because, I mean, like, what it's really saying, like, Odin saying that Hela is beyond redemption to him. He's not going to invest any more in her. He's not going to set up a rehabilitation program for her to, what is it, like, industrial reassignment or something? I can't remember what it's called.
I even tried to rehabilitate Loki.
Retraining.
Because he has an advocate.
Mm-hmm.
His mother.
Because, there's his mom going, no, look at, but Hela had no one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's like, is Hela really evil, or is she merely a product of a very toxic family?
Toxic family.
Yeah. She's the bomb that they made and then got mad when it went
Exploded?
off and did what it was supposed to do when it did what it was supposed to do.
Hela is the riot that throws its own brick. I mean, that's who she is. No, I'm serious. Like, she is that. People can only take so much before they crack. And this is what we as individuals and as societies never want to get through our heads. Like, why are people angry? Why are there people protesting? I didn't know, because you didn't look. You didn't want to know. You kept yourself ignorant. And while I can't blame
whenever you hear someone say, I miss the past when it was a simpler time. It's like when you were a kid.
Oh God.
When everything was kept from you. Is that what you mean? You know, because historians laugh whenever they hear, oh, I was born in the wrong, decade or century. I would have been better off. But it's like, no, you wouldn't.
No.
No one's
You'd have
better
died,
off.
but okay.
No.
To quote my mother, I miss the 60s when there weren't any rapes or murders anywhere and people were nice to each other. And I just, like, I thought my eyes were going to fall out of my head from the blinking. Just like, I just couldn't, like, what?
Can we just talk about true crime?
Ed Gein.
Like,
2 words. Ed Gein. 2 words. Wow. But yeah,
there were some wild things going on.
Living a sheltered life is not the same thing as everything having been magical. And that's the world that we live in now. Everybody's like, well, everybody's got problems. Yeah, we always had problems. We've always had these problems. Like, transgender issues have been going on forever. You're just finally hearing about them. Like, all of these problems have always been here.
Well, maybe they want to go back to when they didn't hear about them.
I heard yesterday on a podcast about a great transgender scene in a painting that I had never heard of before that I have to now go look up of the Chevalier Saint George, or as most people in America call him, the Black Mozart, having a duel with Chevalier Dion, who lived their life as a man for the first half as a spy working for the country and everything, and then retired and lived as a woman. And so in this painting, there is, I'm pretty sure now that Chevalier St. George was the real inspiration for in Bridgerton, the main male character. Mm-hmm. That's pretty much who that is Chevalier St. George. Mm-hmm. And just imagine, so just imagine Renee. Imagine painting of Renee fighting, dueling with swords, a woman in a plunging frock who is about to stab him because the woman is in mid lunge.
I am so glad it's plunging them. Like,
yes.
If you're going to have it, flaunt it, baby. You be that fully possessed woman. Yeah.
Except for, sorry, I keep doing this, but I was watching some stuff before the uniform, the wardrobe for the MCU women. Some of them are just
The necklines? Is that what you're talking about?
yeah. There's one where it's like in her. Who like what? Where do you plan to
the ones
put
that
things?
comes down to her navel?
Below?
Yep.
It was even. I was like,
yep.
Where's she going to keep her lipstick?
In her back pocket.
Did you know that she has to shave before she can wear this outfit?
Okay, real quick.
And we're not talking about upper lips.
Nobody asked this, but I'm going to tell y'all. So I briefly worked at a liquor store that was like sort of around the corner from the biggest cinema, the movie theater in town, Multiplex. So what was the movie? Let's see. This was 2012. There was something big coming out. I can't remember. It was probably a Marvel movie for all I know.
Was it
no,
Thor?
it was Magic Mike. When Magic Mike or Magic Mike 2 was coming out, I would always get these rows of women showing up about an hour before each showtime, and they would buy little liquor bottles to go take into the theater with them. No problem. I do not, I don't have any choice. But this one woman showed up to get, I don't know, it's probably Grey Goose or whatever, Belvedere little bottles. And I'm like looking at her purse. It is the tiniest little thing. And I'm like, because she's buying 4. And I was like, she's like, what? You don't know where I'm going to put it, do you? And I was like, I will admit to a polite curiosity. And then she like looks around. There's nobody in the liquor store. It's just to me. And she proceeds to literally show me that she's big enough she can get 2 under each one. And she's like, watch. And she does it and nothing clinks. And I was like,
wow.
And literally that was me. She's like, you're welcome. And she left. I mean, she paid for them already.
I feel like we have found out how boobs move boobily.
This is the actual purpose of big old titties. Is to smuggle liquor bottles in.
And again, this is how you write female characters who are actually women and not just eunuchs.
Yes.
Pretending to be women.
She literally shook them for me and like nothing fell. And I'm like, I am so impressed right now. She's like, you're welcome. And turned around and left. And I was like, and I like literally watched her go just, that is a damn woman. Yep. Like, and then the next person came in and was like, what? And I'm like, I just saw the most amazing thing. And it was another woman. She's like, oh, I'm going to need 2 bottles. I was like, you want me to tell you? She's like, what is that? I was like, I just took what I just told you. And she was like, oh, I could put them there. Just shows it. I had women smuggling liquor under their titties for days.
See, I always called that my secret booby place.
Because I mean, like, where are you going to put all these in this tight, outfit and like a tiny purse? Where? That's what the girls are for smuggling.
The only smuggling I knew of was my dad, who would smuggle candy into the theater in his socks.
Oh, he's being creative.
I used to put him in my tote bag or like my my jacket and stuff. No problem, because like here they do not check anybody. But 2 days later, a very well endowed lady came in, and I was like, "Oh, you see Magic Mike?" She's like, "Yeah. What's good to bring it to the theater?" And I told the same story. She's like, "I'll take a half pint." And I was like, she's like, "Oh, you don't understand. I'm wearing a what is it?
Minimizer?
Minimizer." I was like, "It's not a maximizer, a minimizer." And she's like, "And I'm a triple F." And she literally put a half pint, shoved it under. And I was like, I can't even tell. She's like, "Thanks for the tip. Bye." Put her Tanqueray and left.
You know, the funny thing about it is, even if it does look a little off,
ain't nobody going to be like,
what precisely do they propose to say?
Right. Because, like, for all they know, that's a concealed carry gun. You don't want to find out, right? I'm just saying that's real womanhood.
Nope. Ma'am, please lift your boob.
Can't say nothing. No.
Right. What are you saying?
No.
Just because my boob is lumpy? What are you saying?
Stop body shaming me.
Right. right. Yeah.
No.
That is an entire lawsuit, though.
Because my boob looked too lumpy, they had to pat me down. This is prejudice. They were sexually harassing me. I needed that liquor for medicinal purposes. But I mean, like, isn't that kind of true then? Like, there is a celebration of womanhood. That is not mourning.
Or what about places where they have the sign on the door that they will not take boob money or
Boob
sock money?
Sweaty boob money. Lord save me from sweaty boob money. You know, it's a quality woman, though, who knows she's going to put it in her boobs. So she's got, like, the little plastic, like the credit card holder. Bag. She's got it in a little zip top bag or the little plastic thing. It puts it in like, thank you for being considerate, because I've been paid in boob money my whole life. Thank you for protecting me from the sweaty parts. I get mad at people who are like, oh, I swear my wallet fell into, the reservoir. Like, that's why it's this wet and stinky.
Yeah.
Stop fake pockets.
I feel like I had this conversation with a police officer at one point in time when we were talking about how he had given up his last pen because someone had used it and just went to hand it back, and it was just disgusting. It's like a server problem as well. And we were both just like, yeah, no, that's definitely time to sacrifice the last pen. No amount of hand sanitizer is gonna make me burn. It's just toss it. It's good. It's fine. I'll just go buy.
Just keep it.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why, but that feels like it fits in the same category.
Cigarette lighters in your pocket just to quickly sanitize.
Burn it with fire.
If I could just interject really quickly, Eva, I kind of need that in your merch store. I would buy a T-shirt that said that.
Which one?
The last one.
The Booberly Boob Cup.
Yeah.
Boobily Boober Cups.
I just want a T-shirt that says Boobily Boober Cups. I want that T-shirt. I will wear it proudly, and I will get shot because I live in the Ozarks, but I will die with pride.
Yeah, that's real womanhood. Why don't we have that? Why does it always have to be so super serious and terrible?
Well, then you also have swords down backs of dresses, and it's got to be between the cheeks. How? What? Wonder Woman, how?
I used to have a titty dagger when I lived in the Philippines. It's useful. I'm not even kidding, y'all.
I'll say,
clean my
we really don't
nails.
talk enough about how you fit a full 6 to 8 inch dagger under each breast that you can just quickly pull out. This was actually a historical item, by the way. You can
mine
put
was
this
smaller.
in.
Mine was 3.5 inch, and it was just more like, I will stab thee.
Wasn't that back when you could have a blade as long as it wasn't wider than the width of your hand on even on planes? Yep. That was a thing. We were like,
I did.
Seems legit.
I took that on an international. I had a 4-inch blade on a utility knife. Well, on a multi-tool that I took from the U.S. to Philippines.
I've held jeepney drivers, at dagger point in their ribs, and let me tell you, they'll take you where you said you wanted to go. Then
my second sister flew.
They got me one after I was kidnapped before. So then it was like, here's your titty dagger. Is it just a requisite? Here is we forgot to issue your titty dagger. And Bob was like, yes. Here, now you have it. The princess says anytime, the drivers don't listen to you, just whip her out and stick them on the rib, and then they'll take you where you want to go. And I'm like, done. And that was why they had to ship me back to America, it turns out. My stepmother and father did not feel that was ladylike.
See, the
What
problem
do you
I have with you
mean?
saying that phrase, Glory, is and the stories that I've heard about your parents is I get the feeling that they actually put you in a box with a couple holes in it and really shipped you back to America.
All a Tasmanian devil style shipping.
Yeah.
They stuck you on a boat and shipped you.
They escorted me to Manila and then escorted me on the plane. At Christmas.
Christmas.
Yes.
Oh,
They were like, that's enough of that. You were the gift that kept on giving.
And then my father went with me to make sure I did not change flights.
You really liked it there.
I worked for Microsoft when I lived in the Philippines, and I was 18 at the time. This was like amazing. It was like finally my life is beginning. And then they were like, no, you've been kidnapped, and now you're holding taxi drivers at dagger point anytime they drive the wrong way. Legitimately, that's how I got kidnapped.
It's valid.
Yeah, it was valid. I mean, I lived, 20-minute drive from Cotabato City, which was like, ground zero for the Abu Sayyaf, which is who trained, what's his name from the Taliban?
Bin Laden.
Bin Laden. Like, literally, Bin Laden moved there the same day we moved to the 20-minute town away. And they started a war for him the next morning. For 3 weeks, they did a war to demonstrate how they operate cell wars. That is what coconut season was. We kept hearing these missiles. That was how I woke up the first morning in the Philippines. And I was like, what the hell is that? And Ate Ping's like, oh, it's coconut season. Ate Ping, I don't think coconuts grow that high that you can hear them whistle.
The boys are dropping them on the roof.
It's coconut season. And like this went on for 3 weeks and she kept swearing, it's coconut season. Literally, the soldiers made it to our street. We lived on the outskirts of Kitapawan. And Ate Ping was there with a sword going, turn back now. And they did.
All we heard at like 7 in the morning is, it really was, I'm not joking, it really did sound this way.
It really
This is not
like
a joke.
Because we didn't speak Visayan at the time. We had just moved there.
And it was essentially what we later found out was roughly translated, there's only good people back here. There are no soldiers, but if you come back here, soldiers will follow and we're all going to die. Go away.
Yep.
I will just kill you here.
Turned the war away at the doorstep, the outskirts of our town.
Why can't we have these women characters?
Ate Ping is a wonderful person.
I want her.
Yes.
That
Ate
character
Ping was
needs to
the
be in
one
the
who,
third season of The Mandalorian.
Yes, I want her.
Ate Ping was the one who only bought the losers from cockfights. Because she could get them on discount. She's like, oh, they both lost today. And then she would deep fry them in coconut oil. Like, I was like, they are the most delicious chickens. She's like,
and was the one who made her husband because she was not going to get married to him.
Pong. Yes, that's right. Ate Ping married Pong
from his first marriage. Yes, she really did.
That was both of their real names. His name was Pong and her name was Ping.
Cute.
But she said she would not get married until he retrieved all of his kids from his first marriage from China during the
The Color Revolution?
Yeah, during the Color Revolution. And it took him a few years of literally sneaking in and out on a pirate ship and walking across the southern border to get all the kids out. But he did get all the kids out.
Down the river. He'd walk them down. He'd like in laundry baskets, one at a time. He'd smuggle his small children out.
You need to make sure that he's the kind of guy that would take care of the family.
Right. She
was like, I will not get married till they're all here to attend because they have to see our wedding and approve.
That's amazing.
And then she finished, and then she continued to raise them, because their mother was dead. Like, his first wife died. That was why he got a job. He left China because, there was no food. And he got a job on a pirate ship cooking for them in South Asian Pacific. And he would bring money back, but his parents were the ones taking care of like 6 or 7 of his children.
Yeah.
And then he met Ping and he wanted to start a new life. And she's like, oh no, you have to go get all your children first. And he's like, but she's like, I'm sure you'll find a way.
So I feel like it's like each time he brings a child back, it's like him gifting her like a little pearl, and it's like part of it.
Well, it's more like a little pearl.
Their kids were all bigger than them.
Oh gosh, that's great. Yeah. What a story, though. Like,
yes, I found all this out while I was getting fitted for my bridesmaid's dress for my stepmother for my stepmother's wedding to our father. was because it was one of her children, one of her stepchildren had a seamstress shop, and so they were making me the dress, and I would hear all these stories, and I'm like, wait, Auntie Ping, you didn't tell me this. Auntie Ping, you didn't tell me that.
That is so cool.
That's real women. That's real superheroes.
Yes.
I may
yes.
license the character for a book I'm working on.
But yeah, that was it. And then after the children were raised, she then moved to the South Island in the Philippines, to Mindanao, to reopen an institute to help people. And that was like what she did. And that was how we met her. Was my stepmother was running the institute at that point, and she was the assistant. But yeah, those are real people.
I love it.
That's real womanhood.
Yep.
Her son, well, I think actually one of the sons he brought, he managed to rescue, was the one who actually came up with the real invisible zipper.
The real invisible one. He invented it with his co-business owner, his co-business partner. They invented the invisible zipper, and they were putting in one of the prototypes into my dress.
Ooh.
You know what I mean? Where it has a zipper, but you literally cannot see it. It truly hides.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you've only seen it on fashion stuff, because they have a knockoff version now, and it's not quite as good. But they invented the invisible zipper. I know, nobody asked.
The point is not in the asking; it's in the glorious receiving of all of this wonderful knowledge.
We have so many stories. I wonder, maybe other people just haven't learned that they have stories too. So I thought, well, maybe if we tell some of our stories, you'll go into your mind and eventually realize you've got stories too. Everybody has wild and crazy fun stories. Everyone does.
Yeah,
I know because I've lived enough lives with other people.
I always felt like my life was so boring until I talk about it to other people and watch the stunned look of horror slowly creep across their face. And I'm just like, oh, you've never? Okay.
For me,
Let me tell you how that ended.
For me, it honestly comes up in casual conversation where people will ask something or we'll be talking about something else, and then it's like a throwaway line for me. I don't think about it, and people will be like, rewind, what did you just say? And I'm like, oh, you don't have that where you're from? And they're like, no, most people don't have that where they're from. And I'm like, huh, okay.
Yeah,
I can tell you more about it if you
You
want.
grow up on peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwiches because your mother thought sugar was evil?
No, we weren't allowed to have peanut butter because sugar is evil. And there's a lot of sugar in peanut butter.
Yeah, we weren't allowed to have sugar for years until we were old enough to mow lawns and make money and buy it ourselves. No candy, no soda. Well, now I don't eat candy and soda anyway. So
see, this is why my family is like, you have to me that I have problems, because now they're like, you couldn't have any of this stuff, and I'm like, I eat it all now.
yeah,
I think I went for lost time.
I went through a phase where I was like, yes, I can have all the things because I can just buy it myself. And now I'm like, ooh, that stuff really isn't healthy for me, for my body. And everybody in my family also has diabetes. So maybe I should.
Kind of bright, but this is my cake slice.
Cake.
So good.
I love cake. I love cake so much. Yeah.
Well, I think that's like the power of storytellers getting together and swapping stories. Is then you realize the stories you have.
I would say, I was talking with Glory and sort of joking of, we have so many people we've known. We could, in theory, in our fictional town, have a meeting of former revolutionaries. Because I'm not joking. We've known at least 9 or 10, dislocated. They can no longer go back to their country. Exiled revolutionaries, because, on both sides too.
Yeah, both mom and dad.
The winning side doesn't mean you get to stay, as we saw in the French Revolution.
Yeah.
And it was we've actually known a lot of revolutionaries.
Oh yeah, Miguel. every time the ambulance would go by and he'd turn off all the lights in the house while we're trying to watch, a foreign film. And he's like watching, and I was like, can I get a drink? And he's like, oh, cocktail. And I'm like, why are you stuffing a rag into that bottle? And they're like,
Miguel, we don't need that that
oh,
solution.
martini. Every time he would kill the lights, and suddenly he's making Molotov cocktails, stuffing random rags into liquor bottles. And I'm like, what is happening? I was a teen. I didn't know. Also, he kept offering me martinis, and I was like 16. And I'm like, no.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
Like,
that was an inappropriate laugh.
I don't know that it was inappropriate. I think it was deserved. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of like Miguel just never quite left the Spanish Revolution.
I mean,
yeah, like we've known so many. It's like we could just put them all as characters and watch their weekly meetings as they all, essentially do a, Revolutionaries Anonymous.
It is true. Yeah, we did grow up with a lot of revolutionaries.
Wow. Yes, we like cake.
So are we getting about to a wrap up place?
Yeah. I think so, because right now I'm just hearing the band Cake play in my head.
I have one last
skirt and a long jacket.
correction to a previous thought. No, not you. Sorry. My home system thought that I called upon her, and the answer is I did not. I was going to say that we missed Thor's mom because she was actually a motherly figure, but then, of course, we had to stab her.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Once she actually starts being a mom in that second movie, it's like, no, we can't stay.
That's it.
She can't stay anymore.
Yeah. But she was lovely for all 5 minutes.
Oh, I loved her. I mean, we see her come back in,
Infinity War?
Endgame. And we still see she's still a mother, and she's still
still fantastic. She's so wise.
I'm not going to ask why you're back, why you had to travel in time, but hun, you look rough.
Yeah.
You need to take care of yourself. Like, just such a mother.
Mm-hmm. Are you drinking water? Come on.
I just want more of her stories because, like, time traveling son wanders in hall, doesn't care about any of that. Just like, are you eating right? Like, oh, she's got stories for days, I
also want to hear, like, she's not asking because she's, like, seen things. Like, if you've not seen things, you have a ton of questions. If you've seen things, you're like, this is not the time for questions. So I want to know the things that she saw, and, like, when she was getting up to mischief. I mean, she didn't end up being the wife of Odin for no reason.
Yeah.
So Marvel,
because she was just quiet and
powerful
a church
witch
mouse
in Asgard.
Yes,
or at least one of the most powerful witches. Like, she's purportedly to be.
She is what Loki learned his magic from.
Yeah. Right.
So Marvel, we're going to pitch you a show that you could hire us to write, and we'd gladly do it. It's going to be called Freya and the Allfather, and it's going to be the epic journey of how Freya decided, well, fine, and married that man.
Right. So Freya was like, I'll take one for the Mateen, and I will marry.
Someone's got to do it. Someone's got to do it.
I would gladly help write this. I'm sure we've got a whole writing room right here that we need down for writing this.
I would definitely love to do a collab with this panel. Definitely. All 5 of y'all.
Also, how does she punish him when she finds out that he's got all these kids that he's been, like, lying about and that he's buried in crypts unknown?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure she would just adopt them all in, and they all have to stay. They all get to stay in the castle. Like, that's her real punishment to Odin. Is you have to deal with the kids every day.
That's the punishment to Odin.
Yeah, that's how we know
consequences.
Yeah, that's how we know she doesn't know about it.
Yeah, she's like, she'll be another one. Odin, really? Oh, come on, kiddo.
Yep.
Get out the
because she believes that all of Odin's children can be redeemed.
Yeah.
You know it. Like, she is like, no, I am here to nurture and maybe bewitch a little. Like,
that's why she had to die. Because can you imagine what she would have been like if she ran into Hela? She'd be like, darling, he did terrible.
No, he's not worth it, honey.
That's my exact thought. He's not worth it, honey. No, come on.
Mm-hmm. She would be so good for Hela. She would have been such a great stepmother.
And instead of, like, brother and sister fighting, because we've seen that 11 million times, what about like the I'm not the evil stepmother. You're being the evil stepdaughter. How can we make this work trope?
Yes.
Could we do that? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
See, Marvel, we have all kinds of ideas. Hire us.
Yeah.
I've heard if you talk about Marvel long enough, executives actually pay attention to your media. And when I read this, I literally thought, I'm never getting hired by Marvel now.
I think we've made a pretty good resume for why we should be.
I feel like we are making a compelling point. That is not the purpose of this second season of getting excited about movies, but now that we're here, I'm absolutely 1000% for this. This is the writer room, and I love it.
At the very least, if we found out that they like lurked in the background and like took some of our advice, we're like, these are free nuggets for you. Just pearls.
It would make for better stories. Just please, we just want some good stories. Is that so much?
And please, in Captain Marvel 2, make her the character that Jeremy was afraid that she was going to be all along. Please, I want that. Please.
Yes.
Please.
Yes.
I would take it.
We didn't talk about Gamora at all.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Gamora.
yeah. Gamora and her sister, Nebula.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Well, I guess we're just going to have to revisit this another time. Right.
Stir in the pot.
Yeah.
There really is just so much. There's just so much.
Yeah.
Why is
And literally, if you peel up, when you peel off one layer, there's another, and it's just like,
yeah.
Now, next week, we're going to talk about Ant-Man, Doctor Strange, and Hulk.
Ooh, I just
If
recently.
anyone would like to join me, that would be great.
You said next week?
Yep.
Let me check my calendar.
May 17th.
So are we going to talk about all the Hulks, like how Edward Norton went to South America and came back as a super hot guy?
Can I be perfectly honest with you, Charlie?
Edward Norton is part of the Marvel
Only
MCU.
if you join us. Like, no, I mean, it's not true, but I'm trying to bait you.
Also,
the end they have shown that, yes, that Hulk movie is part of the Marvel MCU. They are bringing back both the General and the guy who played Abomination.
Is that the one everyone hated? Yours?
Yes.
Which one? Yeah, that's the one that everybody hated.
You wouldn't like me when I'm hungry? Is that what he said?
Something like that.
I love that.
I'm available on the 17th.
Okay, I'm putting you on there.
Was
He looks
Sif?
spongy.
Was Lady Sif ever talked about?
Oh, Sif.
No.
Oh.
Randomly disappeared and wasn't in the last Thor movie, and like I don't know where she is.
Yeah.
Did she die off screen?
I assume she's
assuming
not
not.
having a real life. Anyway.
I'm assuming not, and I'm hoping that they bring her back just because
For Love and Thunder.
she ends up having her own adventures on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Mm.
So they kind of show her kind of breaking away from the brothers. And
Well, they've taken Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. out of the MCU.
They've taken it out?
Yep.
Disney took it out of the folder on Disney Plus and put it in a separate area.
Oh, good.
So
I didn't actually watch any of it, but I just saw like, some clips and previews, and I was like,
I watched the first season.
A note to Kevin Feige. Please let us know exactly how does Revenge taste? Was it good? Was it good? You've wanted this for so long. Was it good? Was it tasty? Please let me know.
Oh man, we didn't talk about Valkyrie either. Are they going to do a Valkyrie movie with her?
I think she's going to be a big
As a
part of
queen?
Love and Thunder.
Yeah, I think she's going to have a larger section. But again, no, because women can't carry movies. Did you not know that, Nia? What's
She's
honestly,
I would do them dirty.
Why can't she have her own movie?
A whole movie of Darcy.
Amazing.
Because they don't think women will come out to see a female-led hero movie. And like they're like, look, Captain Marvel.
Can I just say, if they just gave Darcy a TV show that's just her watching other TV shows that are happening in the MCU and being bitchy about it with her FBI gay best friend,
making memes,
I will watch those.
Well, they said they were giving Randall Park, they're making that character into something. So it's like, yeah, make sure Darcy's in there.
Because I will so watch that. Because like that was half the fun of WandaVision was just her like fangirling over everything. I'm just like, yes, I need this. Yes.
Yes.
Give us a show of Darcy. This is an official request.
Yes.
Mhm. Yeah, or at least like Darcy has a YouTube channel where she reviews all of the of superheroes and what they've been doing
Yes.
lately in the news, you know?
Like Thor with his roommate.
Yes.
Oh, that would be the
Mhm.
best viral marketing thing because
Mhm.
you can just have her doing random stuff and then like tie-ins when new movies are about to come out.
All right, I got the
drop
pitch.
hints and get people excited. Yes.
I got the pitch for how to do this. We have Darcy finds a strange device on the sidewalk or somewhere, and it turns out it's tuned into, what's it called? Mondo World?
Yes.
As a way to also intro the X-Men coming in. She can watch Mondo World, and Mondo World would make movies and videos of all these events going on in the Marvel Universe, and that could be what these movies are and how she can see them inside the universe.
I'm a fan.
I'm so here for it.
I also
like it.
have another thought that I would like to share. So I just started Falcon and Winter Soldier. Can we talk about why it's the Black family that they're suddenly decide to point out that none of these superheroes are paid, and so now they're gonna lose their family boat because they don't have any money?
Oh, you missed our first episode of this season, obviously.
Okay. Like, not that we're trying to go, oh, did you not? That's not, it's,
No, but
we're not.
But no, we had this, like, yes.
okay, just
This
checking.
Yes.
heated
I
rant
did miss that.
discussion, what did it went on like 45 minutes, I swear.
Yeah.
In the Captain
Yeah.
Marvel episode, the first episode of this season, it was
Captain America. Now you got it.
yeah, Captain America, sorry. Yeah. Of the first episode of the season about this of like, why was no intervention done? This man left a government job at the VA.
And doesn't know how to get a VA loan?
He don't know how to get a VA loan. He don't have health care. Are you kidding me? Like,
He does not have Pepper Potts on speed
Yeah.
dial.
His
or
friends
her
are
email
billionaires,
address
but
at the very least.
I'm just like, what?
They let him walk around with his wings.
Yeah.
Just pawn those, dude. You're set for life. I'm sorry. This is annoying. Okay, you already covered it though. That was just
Yeah,
me.
we did. Oh,
ranting
we
live
went and
on
talked
air.
about what is this BS? Why does Soul have
And then we talked about it again in the Black Panther episode too. Now that I think about it, like we
I
talked
think
about
we
it.
did. I think we still weren't over it.
Yeah, we're not still. Yeah, now we were.
yeah, we're not over it.
I
because
hesitate
it's-
to even continue with the show because of that. Like it was
Because
the
Yeah,
I
it
have to
definitely
be
has a
honest.
feeling of did
Now,
you have
speaking of Sharon Carter, another female character that we did not talk about, and how they did her character dirty by the end. I am ruining this show for you now. Right now, they did her dirty. I'm still mad about it. So mad that I haven't finished the last episode of Falcon Winter Soldier because I'm still pissed.
They did the same thing they did to her in the in the comics. She's just saying. It's the way the character was always going to go.
anyway.
Didn't have to.
Me derailing stuff.
But can they fix things that are not good though? Would that be bad? I mean, they change other things.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yes.
If you can change other things, can you change things that are
I mean, they made Drax an alien.
maybe not great?
Thank God for that. Yeah.
I hear Dave Bautista's not going to play Drax anymore after Guardians 3.
Oh,
Because
really?
So they're still debating whether to
Yeah.
recast or remove Drax from the event.
Well, maybe James Gunn.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, that's like all of my Marvel gossip I actually have from like headlines and stuff I've been reading for the last couple of weeks. That's all been coming out recently, as well as they keep moving the Black Widow release date. Because
July 9th, I believe, is the current release date.
Yeah.
That's what they think. They moved Loki to Wednesdays, was so it wouldn't interfere with the release date for Black Widow.
Everything
on
would have
Friday.
been fine with Loki's release date if they had kept the May release of Black Widow for Mother's Day weekend,
Yeah.
which is why we originally had this scheduled for now, was so that we could watch it and then have hot takes.
Just out here messing with our life.
I know. They're messing it. Yep. Trope baiting. Yep, there's Falcon Winter Soldier. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm fine. I'm not mad about it or anything.
But yeah, it was some BS.
Yeah.
That was some, what kind of middle-class white people are writing this scene?
Yeah.
Dobby does want his cameo. That's what he
Like,
said.
we do, we did also talk about, like, the lack of, like, well, like, if you are a minority applying for a business loan, they do, by law, have to apparently do certain things, and how they didn't go over any of that in the bank loan scene, and why didn't the family take their money out and go to a new bank?
I mean,
Because that's exactly what I did when I got baited by my bank. They baited me to apply when I owned the video store, and then gave me a PowerPoint presentation about why they were turning me down. So I went and removed all the money I could from that business account and went over to another bank and opened up an account. And they gave me a line of credit.
That's how I knew it was time to change banks.
Yeah.
I'd been with the bank for a really, really long time, and then I needed a loan, and they were like, nah. And I was like, you know what?
Yep.
It has not been nice doing business with you. I will not be coming back.
Exactly. But not this family. Nope, they just take it.
mm-mm.
Again,
That's not
passive,
realistic.
reactionary character that doesn't have agency.
Mm-hmm. Why is it that is how Marvel likes to paint their minorities and women?
I don't know.
Like,
I can
so much about the prejudice and the narcissism on the part of a lot of people who make decisions at Marvel.
Yeah, I can tell you that my mom recently, something happened with her bank account, and they said that someone would get back to her eventually. And she said, well, I'm going to take all my money out. Someone got back, and she hung up. Someone called immediately back.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately back. What? Yeah.
People
We were all under the, we were cracking up. This happened right around Thanksgiving. She was visiting. We were cracking up. We're like, Mom, you were ruthless. She goes, just wait.
Yeah.
Her cell phone rang. She goes, it's the bank. Hello. Yes, this is the problem that I'm having, and they fixed it immediately.
People will only treat
She did not
you
have to
well
wait
if
She
you
didn't have to
demand
wait
it.
till after the holiday.
Right. If you allow corporations to treat you like scum, that is exactly what they will always do. All corporations act in a sociopathic way. So you have to treat them similarly.
Mm-hmm.
Of like, oh, I can take you or leave you any day.
Yeah. And taking money from them is like, that's the worst. So.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Well, whenever you see any kind of conspiracy, if you want it to be, if it's a valid conspiracy, it's follow the money.
Mm-hmm.
Who's making money off of this? Conspiracies don't happen for anything besides money. They'll pretend it's over other stuff, but it's always money.
Mm-hmm.
It's the one unifying motivator.
Yes.
So, would anyone be interested in doing an outro?
Yeah,
Or should we all outro each other in a very weird circle?
Oh, I don't know. That scares me.
Which one are you looking at, Charlie? I'm not good at subtlety, honey.
I don't want to mess anybody up.
Samesies.
I'm talking like, you know, this is just a little podunk show and a little podunk part of YouTube. You know that this is just us. It's just
Until
us.
it goes viral one day.
Yeah, but you forget that Laura is here, sweetie. I always have to remind people Laura is here, and she's already on the road to superstardom. Like it's
Yes.
unbearable how good her writing
It's
is.
never going to rub
So,
off. That started rubbing off
Yeah,
here
but
in
one
this
day
corner.
people are going to be like, we have to be a completionist and see all the stuff that Laura Nettles has ever done, and they're going to come here and they're going to watch this. So.
Yes.
You know, there is some importance there because Laura is
Watching
an
Laura-
amazing horror writer, and if you're not reading her stuff, you really should be. She was recently published in what two times in one anthology.
Twice.
Not to mention the other anthologies and all the other wonderful stuff that she does. I mean, Laura Nettles is an amazing writer. You should be checking out her channel. You should be checking out her videos. And even if you don't want to watch all that, she does timers for days. and runs an Instagram channel for a dog that will melt your heart out, okay? Love the Laura. Obey the Laura. Follow the Laura. She is our mistress of darkness. Thank you. Good night.
I have 2 stories up for beta readers that are flash fictions if anybody is up for it. So, yay!
Yay! And yes, Laura did both of the timers we showed today. All right.
Am I doing Glory or Charlie?
Who's next? Let's do Charlie. Glory's last.
Okay. Hi, my name is Charlie. I am awesome and magical and the best, even though I'm super not narcissistic. Never. I write fantastical worlds and amazing characters, and I will break your heart with the sweetest revenge on, I don't know, anything. Yes. Follow me. I deserve all the love in the world. And yes. I have a second channel now that just started today, so go follow that. We're going to be meditations and all things spiritualism.
Yay! Did you want to add anything, Charlie?
No, that was wonderful. I'm also bringing the podcast back soon, so definitely check out Project Shadow and Mythic Myth Weaving. I almost forgot the name of my other podcast. So if you want more stuff about writing.
Okay, Charlie.
Who's next? Nia? All right. Nia, you're up.
The wonderful, the fabulous, the marvelous vixen of fiction. Here for you today.
Writing
Also,
and drawing.
a magnificent
Her
artist. If you haven't seen it, you should. The link is here. I know you can't see my hand gestures, but if you can't see the link, ask someone for help. And also, regular streaming, regular productivity, all that good stuff. Find it here with the Vixen of Fiction.
I love the title. Yes. Do you have anything to add to it, Nia? You got anything going on? What,
I have
Wednesday,
nothing. I'm streaming on Wednesdays and Saturdays. This Wednesday, I will have, I think Charlie's going to be on with me. We are going to be sprinting and talking about growing our succulents and crafting and fun things. Yes, we have. I'm learning to be a green thumb. I'm not naturally, but I'm trying so hard to grow my plant babies.
Aww.
Other Charlie, not me. I kill all plants dead.
Okay, because I was wondering, like...
Oh yes, I should say Charlotte. When we have both the lovely Charlies, I need to separate Charlotte and Charlie. So yes, with Charlotte.
Awesome.
Or is that like say Charlie?
Charlie.
All right, Chandra.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Chandra. I'm amazeballs.
I have gorgeous hair and awesome animals, and I can write like no other.
Yes, I write all sorts of awesome stuff. Historical stuff, and I don't remember the stuff.
Have you seen my thumbnails? My thumbnails are amazing. Like they draw people in. They're so fascinating. My vlogs are always really, really super good. And the tarot, don't even get me started on the tarot. I could go on
you do
for
have to always catch Chandra for the tarot.
Chandra's an amazing tarot reader.
And there will be occasional viewings of the adorable kitty cat and the fabulous, lovely little puppy.
Yes.
And tomorrow, Chandra will be on with Allie Deathridge, and Allie has no idea what resplendence she's going to be in the presence of.
Awesome. Chandra, do you want to add anything?
I have a podcast where I talk about culty things, so if you like that kind of stuff, look for Cult Evaded where you find your podcasts.
Awesome.
Okay.
Hi, my name's Tim. Everybody gets the bad voiceover treatment.
This is terrible.
That's the one.
I am Tom, Master of Lighting.
King of the switchboard, I control the fate of all in the chat and when their words appear on screen.
Oh. Not everyone still knows where all the Infinity Stones are. Tom does.
Oh, yes.
Oh, let's not forget the Master of Drinks.
Oh, and the smoker, or is it the grill? Ooh.
Oh, the smoker of the grill.
The supplier of snackage.
Yes.
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 The puffer of corns.
The blender of shakes.
Yes.
Yes. I would agree that Tom is the best book reviewer and tech support person. Yes, he's patient, unlike me.
He's about to blow up. He's about to blow up as the next big bookstagrammer.
Yes.
It's happening.
It's going to happen, y'all.
Vote for Tom.
Hot takes. Best hot takes.
Hot takes and shakes.
Hot takes and shakes.
Oh, I guess it's my turn.
Hello, I'm Glory, the mistress of darkness. I control your fate with all of my wonderful stories. Did you know that all these things could happen to one person? They really shouldn't have, but they did, and I want to tell you about them, because if I had to live through them, so do you. Yes, you catched my fiction. I'm doing flash fiction videos as YouTube shorts. They're amazing, and you should be definitely watching them, because if you're not, what are you doing with your life?
I haven't gotten any notifications for those. What the heck?
Me either.
Hey, you can't see me waving my arms, but my arms are waving.
I get to see you, Chandra. I get to see you.
I broke myself. I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Proprietor of Glory's Finishing School.
Yes.
Bringing life and purpose to others who have lost their way.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, family, fair friends, fair ones, beautiful, beautiful people. You will know when I'm finished, because Glory will tell you.
Oh, no.
And to all the ladies, gentlemen, and gender queers of the audience, Glory is here to bring you light, love, and enlightenment, because from her we gain all truth. Because, trust me, if anybody's got an opinion, it's Glory. So just ask. It's amazing. You will never, ever be sorry. They're always amazing.
Postscript. If you have questions about ladies' undergarments, Glory's the one.
Oh, she has facts about everything. It's amazing.
Yes.
She is the living Wikipedia of AuthorTube, and we have taken advantage of this way too much and need to send money and treasure.
No subject to random.
That's fair. That is very fair.
If you need to phone an AuthorTube friend.
I'm the one to phone in a trivia, yeah.
Yes, definitely.
I don't have to know the information. I just have to know where to find it. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you all for coming. This has been absolutely wonderful. Such a delight.
And, well, the reason you're having notifications is we hide all of Glory's flash fiction and other short stories inside our broadcasts. It's part of the reward for watching.
I actually have read several of them. And in the after party, if you would like, I'd be happy to read even more. Yeah, Chandra and Megan got to hear some a couple weeks ago at the slumber party.
More, please.
Yeah, say if you want to hear one for sure, there's one in the middle to the end of the slumber party.
Okay. We partied, we didn't slumber.
I know, Maggie. This might have to be a new AuthorTube tradition. I may have to institute this on my streams as well.
I highly recommend. It's a lot of fun, and it takes the pressure off of you going, here, let me talk about myself, even though society has trained me to never brag. Yeah. So
I must toot my own horn or it will not get tooted.
Or we could have friends do it, which is like a fun thing.
And learn what your friends have picked up about you and what they think is notable.
I like that.
Consensual horn tooting is my favorite kind of horn tooting.
I am here for consensual horn tooting. Yes.
Is that a circle?
It's a circle toot.
Listen,
Yes.
I will toot for
Circle
any
tooting.
of my friends.
Sounds smelly. That's all I gotta say.
Just brush your teeth first. It's okay. It's fine. And so on that note, thank you so much for being here. And if you are still watching, number one, I am amazed and impressed. And number two, I think you should totally come back then next Monday and all Mondays at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. We will be here discussing something. It will always be fun. It will always be a party. And we will talk about real issues, unlike the people who try not to. We are here to talk about real stuff in a fun way. So thank you so much for coming, and we hope to see you next time. Bye-bye.